Are we all set? All right, we're back in open session after the closed session. City Attorney, was there any reportable action from tonight's closed session? Thank you, City Attorney. With that, we will adjourn our Selma City Council special meeting, which started at 5. We will take a 5-minute break and we will be back ready to roll on our regular meeting at 6:16 p.m. Thank you, everybody. Good evening. Welcome to the Selma City Council regular meeting. Thanks for indulging us an extra 15 minutes. We ran a little long closed session tonight, but now we're ready to go. We're in the Selma City Council chambers at 1710 Tucker Street in Selma, California, 93662. The teleconference phone number is 301-715-8592. The webinar ID is 891-6864-5005. When on the phone, if you wish to address the council during the public comment portion of the agenda, press star 9 to raise your hand, and we will select you from the meeting queue. Press star 6 to unmute and mute yourself. Before we go into our invocation, could we please have a moment of silence for our brave firefighter, Chris Nelson, on the first-year anniversary of his passing that came much too soon? Could everyone please bow your heads? Thank you for that. With that, we will ask for our invocation tonight from our pastor, Kealoha. It's not Marty, it's his son. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Check 1, 2.
Perfect. There you go.
Yeah, Dad wanted me to make sure to let you all know that he loves you guys, send his love, and that he is under the weather right now, not feeling too well. So he said, "Son, can you go take care of that?" I said, "Sure." I always love seeing everybody every chance that I get. But anyways, yes. Without further ado, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, we come before you right now. God, your identity is Father. It's who you are to us. Lord, you love us so much. God, as we say in our prayer, our Father in heaven, Lord, holy is your name. We pray your kingdom come, your will be done. That part of the prayer, Lord, is to allow everything in our lives to be a part of your will. That means the tough things and the good things, all to come our way. But Lord, we pray with good discipline and good word and good wisdom. God, only you can give us the answer for every situation. Lord, we're nothing without you. So God, I pray we make every step with you. Proverbs 3, 5, and 6, Lord, trust you with all of our heart. We lean not to what we think, but God, you make straight our path. You direct our ways. We love you, Lord, with all of our heart. We give this to you, God, as the city of Selma needs your help and your mighty hand over them and protection, over our mayor, over our council, over their minds, over their spirit, over everything we do, Lord. We give it all to you. In the name of Jesus, we all say amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Let's
God
please
bless you all.
stand for the flag salute. Salute. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible.
Would you call the roll, please?
Councilmember Avalos,
Here.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Here.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Here.
Mayor Robertson.
Here. Okay, potential conflicts of interest. Any council member has a potential conflict of interest may now identify the item and recuse themselves from discussing and voting on the matter. Agenda changes or deletions to better accommodate members of the public or inconvenience in the order of presentation. Items on the agenda may not be presented or acted upon in the order listed. Additions to agenda may be added only pursuant to California Government Code Section 54954.2b. And tonight we have a request from one of the potential participants in the ad hoc or the actual Citizens Committee Advisory Panel for the Animal Shelter, item 4.6, to put that item first due to a family issue. Would council be okay with putting item 4.6 before the rest of the items?
Yes.
And City Attorney, can we put that in front of public hearings, or does it have to be after the public hearings
Yeah.
as part of new business?
You can advance it directly after the consent calendar.
Great, thank you, City Attorney. So we will do that. We will take item 4.6 and put it after item 2.7 or items on the consent calendar.
Okay.
Okay? And then next
You
one,
need a consent?
do we have consent?
Yeah, consent's
Yes.
fine. That's fine.
Is a voice
Consent.
vote okay?
That's fine.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay,
Okay.
so now we'll move on. Thank you for that, Councilman Avalos. Now we'll move on to oral communications. At this time, any member of the public may address the city council regarding any item on the special meeting agenda over which the council has jurisdiction. No action or discussion will be taken on any item not on the agenda. Issues raised will be referred to the city manager for review. Members of the public are asked to limit their remarks to 3 minutes. Now's the time. Anybody have any oral communications? Step on up.
Hello? Okay, good evening. Yolanda Torres, 2266 Mitchell Avenue. First, I'd like to thank Joe Kalpikoff from Mid Valley Disposal. Did I say that name right? And his family for their generous donation to the Selma Little League. It's been really nice working with Rachel to get that taken care of. I want to thank them so much. And also, I just wanted to bring it to the attention that my statement on the minutes on February 3rd were inaccurate, and I did speak to Ms. Venegas, and those will be amended to put my right statement that I stated on there. So, thank you for people who brought that to my attention. So I'm sure she's going to speak more of it later, but I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Louis Franco, 1064 Mill Street. I was just wondering, on the consent calendar, is item 26 going to be pulled for a chance to comment on that? Or is that something I have to wait for the second oral communication?
I think we probably have to wait till consent to see if anybody pulls that off.
All right.
What is it?
Item 26. Anybody else?
Hello, Council. Sonny Morales, 3624 Wright Street. I'm coming to you guys once more. I received a second code enforcement notice on Saturday, the 15th. And as I have previously stated at the February 3rd City Council meeting, that I'm not able to tear down the carport myself because of me being permanently disabled. Now, I no longer work and I'm on a fixed income, so it would be too expensive to hire somebody to have it torn down. So I'm coming to you guys. I'm asking for a variance to be considered to come up with a reasonable solution on this matter. I have copies of both enforcement notices. I'm requesting a sit down with the city manager to further discuss and come up with a reasonable solution on this issue. I don't know how to go about to do that. I could possibly send you my email address, or if I could get yours, or I could.
Absolutely. If you leave your name and phone number with the clerk at the table, I will give you a call so we can set up an appointment.
Okay, that sounds good. That's all I'm asking. All right, thank you, guys.
Anybody else with a comment?
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I just want to say thank you to council and to Public Works for the lights downtown. It looks so much better, brighter, and even the post office, they replaced their light bulbs. And so I just want to say thank you for that. And then also for the trash cans that you guys put back in the alley. I know that it's not all done yet, but I just want to say thank you because, you really pushed on it and we really appreciate it. Also, there is a few potholes under the underpass on Floral, and they've been there for a while. So, and they're pretty deep. So I just want to let you guys know about that. And I think that's it. Yeah, I think that's it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody online or on Zoom would like to make a comment or on the phone?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Thank you. This is Ramza Corey, RPS Real Estate, 1927 High Street. I manage the property at 1440 Grove Street, and code enforcement is aware of that because they've reached out to me in the past. We've had numerous incidents of illegal dumping at that location, and they've reached out to me to remedy these issues. We're continuously dealing with illegal dumping at that location, and we've been trying our best to get those people to stop targeting this location without much results. We tried locking the gates, they broke them. We installed security cameras, they stole them. The building is down the street from the police department. I thought it would help deter people from breaking the law, but it doesn't seem to help. Today, there was another new incident that I'm reaching out to you because of what happened with code enforcement. On January 15th, code enforcement mailed a citation to the owners of the building directly without sending me a copy. The citation was for $200 and stated maintenance of property and removal. That's it, nothing more clear or specific on what the violation is. The owners were out of state, so they didn't see the citation. On February 3rd, code enforcement sent them another citation again stating that the violation is removal, and now the penalty is $400 instead of $200 because the issue was not remedied. The owners returned on the 7th, saw the citations, and called me. I had no idea that we were cited and what the citations meant. I sent my maintenance crew, everything was clean. I called code enforcement, asked for clarification. They said the trash bin had graffiti and it should be cleaned. I said the bin belongs to Mid-Valley Disposal. They're responsible for its maintenance, not me or the owners. So code enforcement said it's the owner's responsibility to call Mid-Valley Disposal to clean the graffiti, and because they didn't, they owe the city $400. I called Mid-Valley and they said they'll take care of this issue on February 15th. Now, here are the issues I see. I think we pay enough taxes and enough for trash removal, to be punished for something we didn't do. It feels like code enforcement is out to get us instead of trying to help us keep our city clean. Instead of taking so much time to write in the citation, typing the letter, mailing it to the owners twice, code enforcement could have simply called me, or better yet, called Mid-Valley and asked them to clean up the bin. Mid-Valley picked up the trash 3 times while the bin was tagged. Shouldn't it be their employees' job to notify them that the bin needs maintenance? Their employees usually are very quick to report us if the bin is overfilled or if there's a trash item that doesn't belong in a specific bin, and we receive penalties and overcharges for those, but they can't take the time to report that the bin has graffiti on it. I don't think it's fair for the money they charge for trash removal that we get penalized because they didn't clean up their bin. I tried to appeal the citation. I was informed that we have first to pay the $400, then appeal it, which is also doesn't seem fair. So I'm asking for your help regarding this matter. Thank you for giving me the time to speak.
Thank you, Ms. Corey. Anybody else with anything for oral communications at this time? Ms. Corey's item will be probably best taken up during the 4-8 item on the City of Selma Graffiti Task Force. We can probably talk about city graffiti at that time. Anybody online? Okay.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Blanca Mendoza Navarro. I'm calling regarding an agenda item that was from the last meeting regarding the investigation that's being conducted by a Mr. I don't even remember his name right now, but he was the old city attorney, city manager over in Huron. And so a couple questions just to kind of also let the public know, and is, for transparency, obviously. So I'd like to know how this gentleman was procured, and that if the public and this new council knows that the city attorney and this gentleman used to work together over in Huron, and I believe they probably worked in other cities together as well, but I know for sure that they did work in Huron together. And so I'm just wondering, for transparency reasons, how this investigator was procured, or how he was contacted. And then also, I'm just wondering if they're going to contact me as well, because I was, part of council, and so I have not gotten any calls for the investigation. So that's all I have. Thank you.
City Attorney, will everyone who is part of this investigation be called to be interviewed by Mr. Kunkel?
It would depend on what Mr. Kunkel is interested in knowing. And we can't really get into much detail about that because it involves a personnel matter.
Got it. Thank you. Anybody else with oral communications at this time?
Pastor K. Aloha Kale Lapano, 1926 Sylvia Street, Selma, California. I just would like to say thank you. Don't mean to take up any time at all. I'll be heading out right now, but I want to say thank you to both of our chiefs. I see the fire department going down our street all the time to fill the need, the service. We're always praying for you guys, but there they go again. There they go again. There they go again. And we're just thankful for that. You guys are always filling the need. And the other chief here, thank you, chief, for your officers always out there. The officers were at the church not more than about a month ago, and we were just spending time together, hanging out. I was out there, I waved at one, and then the rest of them all came. We were just hanging out, talking about the church and talking about the property. But I asked him, I go, what do you guys see? I go, they're always going down the alley. They're going around our property, and they come down the alley, and my wife feels a lot safer. I feel safer. We're right there on Sylvia Street, and people will be people. They'll tear stuff up, burn trash cans. Yeah. Stuff happens, but I would like to say thank you to our service, both of you guys. Thank you very much. I don't get a lot of those chances because I know you guys are both busy, so I'm not going to call you personally and let you guys do what you do. But thank you. And council, thank you to you as well for your service. God bless, guys. Thank you, everyone.
Those calls are always welcomed.
Any other oral communications at this time? Okay. Not, we will move on to our special presentations. We have none tonight. Now on to our consent calendar. All items listed under the consent calendar are considered routine. The complete consent calendar will be enacted by one motion by roll call vote. For purposes of discussion, any council member may have an item removed from the consent calendar and made part of the regular agenda. The council can then approve the remainder of the consent calendar. Did council have any items that they would like removed from the consent calendar tonight?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
I'm going to move 2-1
Okay,
for clarification.
all right.
And I'm removing 2-6.
And I will remove item 2-2 and item 2-7. Okay. So item 2-1, Councilman Avalos. Actually, I'll call,
make a motion.
I'll make a motion to approve items 2-3 and 2-5.
Second it.
Call the roll, please.
Sorry, who seconded? Avalos?
Councilman Avalos.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes,
I
but
made
I
the
think
motion, too.
Mayor Pro Tem made the motion.
I apologize. Didn't hear that. Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos?
Aye.
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes. Okay, item 2-1, Councilman Avalos.
Okay. The reason why I brought it up is today is, Mr. Avalos is bringing this up for future education for people running for office in government, okay? When you run for office and things don't go your way, there's some, in voting, there's some, what we call undervotes, unchallenged votes. And under the criteria of government, you can challenge them like anything else in government. You can challenge the votes. With the unchallenged votes, like people that they can't read or writing, their signature is not legible, and those are what we call unchallenged votes in the system, and you have the right to challenge them under the system of the county elections office. And I did do that. And when I ran in my time, and when you do challenge it, you actually challenge the county elections office, not the City of Selma. City of Selma does not run the elections. The county elections office runs the city election process, and you challenge them. Unfortunately, during that time, the City of Selma, hired an attorney to go against Mr. Avalos challenging the county elections office. Unfortunately, in that process, the judge ruled that, what are you attorneys doing here? One, you have no business doing here because you did not run the county elections office in the city of Selma. Mr. Alves is challenging the county office, elections office, not the city of Selma. So you gentlemen sit back down, and unfortunately, the city of Selma paid 50 grand for these poor people to come to city of Selma to my go against me when I was challenging the county elections office. So it cost the city of Selma $50,000. You know, they didn't have to pay it. If they were, unfortunately, someone gave them bad news, and 3 council people voted to challenge Mr. Avalos in the courts when he was challenging the county elections office, unfortunately, and 2 people did not do it, voted no, and they were the smart ones, basically, and unfortunately, the one that did vote on it, that said that she shouldn't have voted on it because technically it was a conflict of interest. And when you have a conflict of interest, you should have sustained yourself. Unfortunately, that individual did not do that. So that looks bad on the city's behalf, and it cost the city $50,000, unfortunately. But all I can tell you, if you decide to run for office and you challenge the elections office, make sure you challenge the election office and do not bring the city of Selma into the process and cost the city of Selma money. And that's all I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Now this is an agenda item. Do we have any oral communications at this time? Anybody online or on the phone who would like to comment?
Hi, good evening. Since this is having to do with the oral communications that I brought up, Mr. Avalos, I'm not sure if they advised you correctly, but when you challenged the Fresno County Elections Office, it also encompassed the person that was running. So whether it was myself or the person that won, whether it was myself, whether it was someone else, it was challenging the election. So whoever was voted in, that's who was also included in the lawsuit. And so I have the documentation that shows that I was included originally in the lawsuit. And I have emails going back and forth stating, with the elections office and conversations with them as far as what happens with this. And so because, again, it was the county elections office and it was an election that was being challenged, then that means that whoever won was also included in that. So instead of paying the $12,000 that you could have paid, you turned around and sued the county elections office, and in turn cost the city of Selma, the city taxpayers, $50,000. So if you had paid the $12,000, we wouldn't have been in a lawsuit and we wouldn't have had to pay $50,000. So get your facts out there correctly, because that's what actually happened. And I have documentation to show that. So thank you again.
Excuse me, let me answer that. Well, that's funny. The judge told the attorneys, why you here? And you shouldn't have been here because, city of Selma did not run the elections. Of all people, you should have known, and you should excuse yourself if that was in that process, if you thought that was against you. So it was a conflict of interest. You should have done that, but you didn't do it. So it is what it is, and hey, the judge ruled that these attorneys shouldn't have been here in the city of Selma, representing the city of Selma. Bottom line. That's what ruling was by the judge, and that was it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments before we move on to item 2.2 of the minutes? Okay, with that, we will move on to item 2.2 of the consent calendar.
Excuse me, Mayor, we need a motion for that one.
Oh, is there a motion to approve?
I make a motion to approve.
Second? Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Aye.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yeah. No, but it's yes on this. Okay, moving on to item 2.2. Approval minutes of February 3rd, 2025, special and regular meeting. The reason I asked for this to be taken off of consent tonight was because the description of oral communications is not correct. It says that when Miss Yolanda Torres came up, she urged Miss Alanis to stop asking for donations. I don't remember that. I mean, she asked, I believe what she stated was she didn't, she disagreed with Miss Alanis going to this, representing the Selma Healthcare District and telling people that they couldn't apply for grants at the Selma Healthcare District. So that was, I see that as an inaccuracy. Number 2, Joe Gonzalez. I see this incomplete because he specifically mentioned not just welcoming new council members, but he also said, he made a comment about the Selma PD should not interfere with council meetings. And, you know, we should all work together. So that was incomplete as well. So I think those need to be amended. And I take note that the previous item 2.1 of the consent calendar, the minutes of January 24th, included the caller who's made a couple comments tonight, Ms. Navarro, former council member. They have a big blurb of what exactly she said at the January 24th special meeting, which is where the investigator was, I believe, on the special meeting to be interviewed in closed session, which I believe, yes, Ms. Navarro, she testified before as well. But she got all her items in, and I'm just using her as an example. Could have been anyone. But if we're going to put everybody's comments in, we should put everybody's comments in, rather than selectively choosing from, you know, former council members or people, the public. We should put, if we're going to put all the comments in, it should be for everyone. If we're going to do partial, then it can be partial for everyone. So that's just my my opinion at this point. Did council have a comment at this time?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, are we asking to go back and have our city clerk go back and look, review the tape and just go back and
Yeah.
get it audited?
Yeah,
So we're
I'm asking for an amendment of the minutes.
Yeah, because on here too, you stated Mayor Pro Tem Garrett agreed with Mayor Robertson. Those were not my words. So you need to go back and revisit that because I did not state that.
And to be clear, the items for the January 24th meeting, those were more of a verbatim. But moving forward, they're going to be more action. So on that one was more verbatim. But from here forward, it's going to be more action minutes because it's very difficult to do verbatim minutes.
And what is the difference between action minutes and verbatim minutes?
So as you see on the items 2-2, you're going to find, like, let's say, I don't have one in front of me. For example, let's say like on the public hearing, item 3-1, it has public hearing opened, when it closed, who spoke. It doesn't say what did they speak about, any of that information, because we do have the audio for that. It has very specific information. It opened here, it closed here, this is the person that spoke, this is the motion, these are the ayes, these are the noes. On the discussion part of it and the oral communication, there's a little bit more information, but it's not verbatim. It's going to be more of a summary in the oral communications and the discussion items. Everything else will be action minutes, like I just stated with the public hearing.
Okay, we'll see that starting the next meeting. Is that correct?
So I did
Or
notice.
this meeting?
Yes, so I did on February 3rd. That's actually when it started, because if you can tell in the oral communications, for example, with Yolanda Torres, it wasn't verbatim. And also to be clear, when Yolanda did call me, and so I did have before you that we added on her statement, we changed it to where it says also urge Miss Alanis to stop telling community members to ask for donations. So that one was changed. So it's more of a summary minute for the oral communications and the discussion items.
Okay. I just would, even if you're doing action as opposed to verbatim, I think the spirit of the communications should be conveyed, and I don't think they were, you know, in Mr. Gonzalez's and in Ms. Torres's comments. Hope you go back and listen to those and amend those as necessary. That would be appreciated. Do we have any public comment on this item 2.2 at this time? Anybody online or on the phone who'd like to say anything?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Okay, so I will make a motion to table this until the acting city clerk has an opportunity to go back and amend those minutes and restate them for the next. Call the roll, please.
I'm sorry, who was the second?
Councilman Trujillo.
Mayor Robertson,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Aye, yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Aye.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Yes.
Okay, and next item is, let's see, 2-6. Council, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra.
Okay, yes. Okay, I'm pulling this item because it's for the Central Valley Risk Management Authority and Employment Risk Management Authority. Loss runs for the last 3 years. And by looking at this, we did not get loss runs for the last 3 years. You need to go back to 1/1 of 22 to current. This only shows 1/21 to 23 and nothing else. We still need to go back another year. The other issue I have is I can't even understand why we would even receive something like this, that you can't even read. It was disturbing to me. You can't read anything on this. You have to blow it up just to be able to see what's going on here. For me, I mean, I just don't feel this is acceptable.
So to confirm, so for the liability loss runs, there were 3 years on there, and those were received directly from the CSJB RMA. And the RMA one, the IRMA one, when we print to the 8.5 by 11. So I apologize for that. That one should have been at a legal size, but that's actually what they provide to us. But the 3 years were in the packet.
That's not what the date shows. So what we need are loss runs that you need to request and ask them to query their database field from 1/1/22 to current. And then you also need to request all open and closed claims.
Right.
All we're getting are open claims. And then please request 1/1/22 to current for the IRMA, the employment risk management loss runs. And please blow that up so we can read it. It's legible. It's just illegible, as small as it is. And then a quick question for you. What was blown up and what I could see was, it looks like there's a claim on December 12th, 2024 for the mayor conducting an illegal meeting. I'd like to know more about that. Who turned this claim in and what is the nature of this claim? Since I'm the mayor and it concerns me, and this is the first I've heard of it. That's why I would like to know exactly what this claim is about.
City Attorney, I'm not sure if open meetings, it's potential litigation. I'm not sure if it's the forum for that sort of discussion.
Well, the matter is disclosed in the documents that are in your open session agenda. He's simply asking for more information relative to that claim, precisely who made it, correct?
Correct, as I'm the subject of this claim.
And if we have that information, it simply supplements the information that's already in the public domain.
Well, the name is not in the public domain from the information in the document. Is that correct?
Well, that information is not in the public domain, but I'm just saying that information is related to and supplements the information that already is there.
But if it concerns a personnel matter, or if it's from a member of the staff, that becomes a personnel matter that I don't think would be appropriate for open session.
Well, if a member of staff is making a report to the RMA that the mayor is conducting an illegal meeting, I don't know how that even relates to personnel. He's making a claim
What's a
directly
grievance?
to the insurer.
And if it's a
Correct.
grievance and it involves me, I have a right to redress. I have due process, city manager.
Sure.
I was not informed. I was informed on a previous instance of a potential claim where somebody had an issue with my Facebook page with someone with a fake name on Facebook. And I understand you said you were going to turn that claim in or had already turned that claim in immediately. Therefore, if you apprise me of that claim, I'm surprised why I wasn't apprised of this claim since it's specifically referred to me.
Sure. No, the issue is not the fact that you shouldn't be apprised. The issue is in an open session of a council meeting. I mean, we can give you that information, but if it concerns a personnel matter specifically, I think it's not an appropriate forum for that discussion.
We're talking about a claim made to the insurance company that doesn't have any conceivable relationship to a function of a city employee unless that city employee is making that claim on behalf of someone who is not a city employee.
No, well, it essentially functions as a grievance, right? So if, let's say, an employee files a grievance against someone within their organization for what they perceive to be an illegal act, that becomes a personnel matter at that point, right?
Well, if an employee accuses somebody who is also a co-employee of engaging in something that is an employment type tort like sexual harassment, yes. If the employee is making a claim to the insurance company as opposed to making a grievance or complaint internally, it becomes fair game.
Well,
You've gone outside the normal channels according to which you would handle such a thing. And this subject matter of the claim is the mayor conducting an illegal meeting.
Which is itself a libelous statement on the loss run because that meeting was legal. Therefore, this statement is libelous, and so it shouldn't even be included in this loss run, much less the fact that it mentions me, the mayor, in my capacity as mayor, conducting an illegal meeting, which again is false and slanderous. And I also have the right of due process, and any claims adjuster would come to me and would interview me about this, which has not happened. So I'm dubious, and I'm questioning when this was turned in, why, under what circumstances, because it sure doesn't seem like a real bona fide claim with a lot of legs to me. But the way it's phrased is very, very prejudicial, and I take issue with that.
Well, we're not the ones who created this document. As Administrative Services Director stated, this is how we received it from IRMA. And again, nobody's arguing that you're entitled to due process, Mayor. I think what is at issue here is the forum at which a potential personnel matter should be discussed.
Got it. So you're saying the city did not turn this claim in. The actual claimant went directly to IRMA and turned this claim in and just bypassed the city. And this is the first you're hearing about it too. Is that correct?
No, I didn't make any statement of that
So
sort.
you did have knowledge of this claim, city manager?
I think to the city attorney's point, there's a process by which we handle grievances. And those grievances, regardless of who they're about, go through the same process, which means that they go to me. And then if they are a claim that could potentially be covered by IRMA for liability purposes, then they go to IRMA for assessment. In this case, it was assessed by IRMA and it was added, to the list. And that was their determination, but it goes through the exact same process that every other potential claim or grievance goes through.
Mm-hmm.
But there would be no basis for filing a grievance against the mayor for conducting an illegal meeting. That's the problem I'm having. It has absolutely nothing to do with the terms and conditions or work of any employee.
Well, I think.
And the only one who is entitled to submit a claim to our insurer is the city. And the city necessarily acts through its employees.
Correct.
The fact that the city acts through its employees of necessity does not turn the matter into a personnel matter.
Unless the claim is from a member of the personnel of the staff.
Well, if it relates to a claim by an employee of an employment type tort or violation of some provision of law that relates to employees, yeah.
And that's exactly
This-
what I'm.
So,
this
so once
does
again,
not-
a grievance is the normal process within the city for anybody with a grievance is the person against whom the grievance is made has the right to defend themselves. And this is the first I'm hearing of this in this ultra small print on this spreadsheet. So their due process has not been followed here. I've not been allowed to represent. This is a very strange, prejudicial, libelous wording of a quote illegal meeting, which was 100% legal. So there are all sorts of problems with this that increase the city's exposure for a libel claim, city attorney.
Well, there's problems with it in the sense that if it's a false claim, it's going to affect your insurance coverage.
Thank you. So I'd like to learn more about this claim, get to the bottom of this, and what I want to hear, what I want to get information on is the claims adjuster, and I want to talk to that claims adjuster.
Mayor, we can get you that information and I'll have the Administrative Services Director send that directly to you and to the city attorney.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Do we have any other comments from? Well, actually, we had two items going on tonight. We want lost runs, which are public record. We want the full 3 years open and closed, and then we want the IRMA claims. That's a separate matter, which kind of has opened up from delving into that last claim. So that's a separate matter, and I'll be contacting that adjuster on that to get to the bottom of this. Thank you, Acting City Clerk, for that information. Did council have any more comments before we move forward with this item? Okay, we'll take comments from the public.
I have
Ma'am?
a question.
What's your name?
Joyce Cason, Selma, California. What about those of us who were at that meeting who were kicked out of here? What about our rights that were abused that night? Do we have a claim against the city also? My civil rights were abused. I want to know by whom. I did a PRA and ask, and I was told there was no record. I asked who gave the order to kick us out. I was told there's no record of it.
That's one of the matters we're investigating through Mr. Kunkel. And so hopefully we can come to a conclusion on that and give you a solid answer, ma'am.
I sent an email back and asked, please send me a copy of my PRA so I know that we're talking about the same one. And you, Mr. City Manager, should know all about it because you were given a copy of the email. Copied in all of it. So you're in the middle of it.
Okay, Director, comments towards us, Ms. Cason.
I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Excuse me. But I am upset about it. Those were my civil rights, and there were many of us that night. And we were threatened with being arrested. So I think you need to get some things straightened out. We need to find out who gave that order. Thank you.
(1057) Mill Street, Rosa Gallardo Robertson. Speaking of claims, so I see on one of them, on the occurrence cost detail 12/1/23 to 12/31/23, loss details FR 101-529-0001. I want to know if this is the same location of a claim against the city of Selma with Eustola Camacho, claimant, with the address of 2427 Cleveland Street in Selma, California. They have reserved $12,500 for that. So my question is, I would like to, if I can, this may be going to the city attorney, PRA, the information on how did this come about of the claimant stating that there was alleging severe flood damage due to unpaved storm drain. So I would like to know if other homes were also damaged from those severe, from those drains. Also, is this being subrogated by their insurance company against the city of Selma? Or how did they come about that, this all happened? And is there pictures and everything else I'd like to see? But most of all, is this also the same location that Jovita Camacho tried to claim she lived in District 4 and really was living in District 2 and did get in trouble for it? But if that's the same address too, and I see that she's online and she's been online, so maybe she'll call in and maybe answer that for me. But regardless, I will PRA to get the accurate information. Thank you.
Hello, Council, Mr. Mayor. Louis Franco, 1064 Mill Street. My question is more just one of interpretation. Referring back to that spreadsheet, the small one on page 86 of the packet, there's something that said gross incurred and applicable SIR. So for instance, as we were talking about the claim against the mayor, it says 20,000, yet applicable SIR is 50,000. So what is the difference between those two terms? I just wanted clarification on that, if possible. And if you don't have it, you can email it. I can leave my contact information.
I don't think we have anybody here who knows how to interpret that precise entry.
Yeah, I mean, is it a $20,000 claim, a $50,000 claim? Like Councilman Avalo says,
I took the
$50,000 a lot of money.
entry to refer to the self-insured retention amount.
It's our deductible essentially.
Okay.
Yeah, the 50,000.
All right, I just wanted that, but I can email the acting clerk for that request. Right, thank you.
I think it's a deductible. Like, say if someone would sue the city for libeling them or violating their constitutional rights, it'd be a $50,000 deductible if it would be coverable under the IRMA policy or a self-insured retention. So the city would incur the allocated loss adjustment expenses on the first 50,000, plus any settlement would go towards that deductible as well. Say if a council member was slandered or libeled or had their constitutional rights violated and decided to sue the city, or for false arrest, I don't know. Would that be applicable under this policy, a $50,000 self-insured retention?
IRMA would not cover that. Your RMA might.
Got it.
I'd have to look.
But the concept, I think, that the gentleman was asking about was, is this typical, is that like a deductible?
The self-insured retention is your deductible.
Got it.
With IRMA, I understand they have a variation of deductibles depending on what the claim is. For example, I think your self-insured retention for a use of force by a police officer,
Yes.
type claim,
Yes.
is higher than it is for, say, a sexual harassment claim.
Oh.
I believe it's, 20,000 and then 50,000 for the more, because these are very high dollar claims when you have a police officer injure somebody.
Mayor Robertson, the SIR is actually, it's 50,000 for all claims straight across. So essentially it is like a deductible. anything through IRMA, and IRMA only covers employee claims. So for example, I don't know, good example, let's say that my vehicle got damaged by a police officer's car. Okay, so then my claim would go to the liability side of it. Whereas let's say I was being harassed by someone, then that would go through the IRMA side of it. So there's two separate sections of it. But the SIR for the IRMA side is 50,000.
Okay, thank you.
But that sounds right, yeah.
Thank you for that clarification. Anybody else with a question? Anybody online or on the phone who would like to make a comment at this time?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council, and this is a consent item. Let's see, 2.6. Is there a motion to table item 2.6 until we get what we asked
The
for?
motion.
Great, thank you. Call the roll, please.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Item 2.7, which is the check register, which I asked to pull off. Okay. Page 73, item check number 86252, Tyler Technologies. Related to, my question is, how does it relate to check number 86259, Tyler Technologies? One is fund balance migration to be voided, and then the other one is FIN Connect 2025 conference. What is that? What's going on there?
Yeah, so the first item, 86252, is with regard to a new software implementation. We're upgrading to a new financial accounting system with Tyler Technologies. And whereas the last item, 86259, is with regard to a conference that our staff is attending regarding that software.
Got it. So it says to be voided. So was there another check that ended up coming out for Tyler Technologies for that system, City Manager?
Yeah, actually, I think that payment was no longer applicable because of changes to the project.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Anybody with any other questions about the check register or the Cal card?
Yeah, I have a
I-
quick question.
I have a question too, Scott.
Okay, go
Okay.
for it.
You want me to go first?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I want to question the check register, shoot across here. 86255, which is the pension obligation bond, the question I'm asking on that amount is that paid, how is that paid? Is that paid quarterly, every 6 months, or what's the deal on that?
It's semi-annually, so twice a year is.
Twice a year?
Right.
Twice a year.
Mhm.
Okay, because I hear it's okay, twice a year. All right. Thank you for that answer.
No problem.
Mayor Pro Tem?
I have one. Okay, I think it's check number 86210, and it's the engineer process payment for number 4 Clarkson Lift Station, and in the amount of 300 and I think it's 86,459. I know I questioned this last month. This same amount's coming up. Now, is this still for the upgrade of the lift station, or is this going to be continuous charges of the lift station?
I can answer that. City Engineer. Well, go ahead if you have more information than I do, but this is a progress payment, so it's the ongoing construction. Once the construction to the lift station is completed, then you won't be seeing any more of these payments. City Engineer?
That's correct.
That's, okay. So we about, what, almost finished, 50% finished?
Yeah, I'd have to come up with the actual percentage of
Okay.
where we're at, but those are our progress payments that get reviewed with our construction managers to make sure that they're actually getting paid for what they've done. And after that's approved, then we recommend it for payment.
Thank you.
Anybody else with questions about the check register or the Cal card? Anybody online, on the phone, questions about the check register?
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Is there a motion to approve item 2.7?
I make a motion.
I'll second it.
Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Robertson.
Aye. Okay, moving on from the,
This is where you put item 4.6.
thank you, City Attorney. We are going to start with item 4.6 tonight, which is report and recommendation, formation of ad hoc committee of City Council to review and report on operations of the City of Selma Animal Shelter. And I can report that the ad hoc committee consisting of Council Member Oseguera and myself met and discussed this group. And we have some items for the advisory committee provided by one of the prospective members. There you go. If you want to pass that down to Councilman Trujillo. Pass that down. There. Okay. Okay. So in terms of the report tonight, and Councilman Oseguera can say more about this, but we did meet with a couple of the prospective, or one of the prospective members. We had a chance to discuss the way the meetings will go and what the activities of the advisory committee are, and we are in the process right now as we speak of bringing back our recommendation as the ad hoc committee for council consideration. I believe in theory, we'd like to keep the group as small as possible. I think it should be tight knit, and in order to keep the investigations and the advice that they bring back as relevant as possible, I think this group needs to meet at least at the shelter once a month and then come back and report their findings to the council thereafter. And so we have, in terms of the prospective members, we had a meeting, Councilman Oseguera and I had a meeting with City Manager Santillan, and we went through it just a little bit more. And every council member will have the opportunity to post one of their, put forth one of their prospective members of the committee to be considered by the city council and voted on. I can tell you that the ad hoc committee received participation requests from Parveen Sandhu, Nydia Juarez, Kelly Guerra, and Sarka Rodriguez. So we have those members, prospective members, who asked to be included in the committee, as well as Betty Stanridge, who got up at the last meeting and requested to be considered by the council for inclusion on the advisory committee. Councilman Oseguera, did you have anything to add before we?
I want something to add, Scott, the council as well. You know, this is what I've learned in the past, you know, to be smooth transition and be more transparent in our community. I like people to, when people step up and volunteer to do these things, I always chose people that weren't on committees, that wanted to be on committees. You know, people that have been on committees, I didn't choose them, but I chose the ones that wanted to be on the committees, because I felt these people over here, they're doing their thing on this one committee and they're focused. And if I choose another person on this committee that's never been on a committee before, first time, I pick them because I feel that they're more, how would I say it, into the community's eyes, they're more good to the community because they're more hands-on trained. They're not, oh, I got to go to this committee over here, I got to do this and I got to do that. No, this way they stay focused on one direction. And it's very positive. And this other person that does it, that's volunteers for the, you know, the first time, I feel that they do a better job than a person that went on another committee to do that committee. You know, it's just past practice. That's all it was, past practice back then.
So you're saying one of the
if you're on a committee already, I would say not to be.
Got it. So one of the
Close.
guidelines is you can't be serving on another commission
Yeah,
in
that
Selma.
would, yeah,
Got it.
that'd be the best project, to be fairness in a community or in the city of Selma. That way they say, hey, I wanted to be on there and you didn't pick me. You know what I mean? This way you're already serving on one committee, you choose another person in the city of Selma. It works good that way.
All right, thank you.
You know,
Councilman Osorno.
and I just want to add that, we thank everybody that came forward, to be part of this. We want to start with, people that are knowledgeable in what's going on in the shelter, and we want to restrict it to the city of Salma, and I'll tell you why, because in the city of Salma is where we're having these issues, and I don't think it's good to bring anybody from the outside and see what's going on, what's not working and all that stuff. Who knows, maybe later on we can add more people as people leave, or if we feel that we need more people to be added, or people from outside, it doesn't mean we can't add more members. This is just the beginning of something that citizens have been wanting for a long time. This wasn't my idea. This was a lot of people out there in District 4, a lot of people that are here that said, you know what? They're killing too many dogs, and that is my primary concern. I want to make sure that what's going on, it's in the up and up, because, from what we understand, that can't be happening. Thank you.
Thank you.
I do have one more comment.
Okay, can we ask if
Go ahead.
any other council members have anything to add? Go ahead, Councilman Avalos. Do you want to add something?
Thank you, Sarah. I add to you the note. I know that there's other towns that want to be a part of this. I know, and they reached out, and I had to think about it for a while. Right now, we have to take care of the city of Selma right now, honestly. The volunteers that are going to do this job. And then later on, the talents we have training as far as we're going to branch out and help the other cities around us, Fowler and Kingsburg, and to help them develop the same plan we have. And that way they'll have a shelter on their side and Fowler will have a shelter on this side. And we, as far as financially, we'll be impacted by all these dogs from different cities. But we're going to grow together, but at the same time, we're going to have to help each other and develop a plan to help each town. Because they're good volunteers from Kingsburg and Fowler. I know who they are. So they're good people out there, and I know. And this is a start. We got to start here first and then work out. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
I
And
just have a quick question or a comment. I just want to say this is something positive for our community. I know that from just being on council for the past 6 years and just the past year, I have to say we get hundreds of complaints for our animal shelter, how poorly they're doing, how bad. I mean, it's on Facebook every day, complaints about our PD. They make our PD look bad. And like I've stated before, in all fairness to PD, we don't pay our officers to chase after dogs. We pay our officers to go after criminals. So I'm hoping this is going to eliminate the negativity that they put on our police officers because they're out there doing their job. They're not out there trying to chase after animals. So hopefully this will give that, I said negativity will be much more positive for our police officers. Thank you.
Anybody from the public have any comments, specifically the members of, who want to be members of the committee, or anybody else? Come on up.
Brenda Prado, I'm from Kingsburg. As far as what you were saying about Kingsburg and Fowler and coming on later, I have an issue with that. I don't see why we wouldn't be included now as far as being on the committee. Because the shelter has taken on Kingsburg and Fowler all these years.
I'll jump in because it's located in Selma and because it's a Selma issue right now. It's a Selma shelter. And the other two cities were added, and maybe they'll continue to be added, Ms. Prado. But for this, at this point, this is for folks who are actually from Selma. It may be opened up to people from other towns, from Fowler and from Kingsburg in the future. But like I said earlier, we're going to start small, keep the group tight, and then get reports and then see where it goes.
Why would you object to that?
That's just how the group's going to be comprised at first.
Interesting. And Mrs. Guerra, you said about complaints and on Facebook and how the shelters ran. It's been like that for years. So hopefully with you guys doing this, I mean, I don't see how it would help. The main thing that I think would help is maybe making some policies. I'm not really versed on your ordinances, but mandatory spay and neuter, mandatory microchipping, citations. That's what you need to work on. Nothing's gonna change. You can build a bigger shelter. You can have other people there. Nothing's gonna change. Dogs are still gonna end up there. People are still gonna breed. People need to be cited. You need mandatory spay and neuter here. The city of Parlier has quite an extensive new ordinance as far as their animals go. Neil would know, he was there at the time. Maybe look into that and see how you can maybe mimic it. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment?
Under Torres. So currently the Selma PD still is kind of picking up the dogs. Are they still involved in the animal shelter? Like, I'm trying to figure this out. Or are we trying to get them off of it so they can focus on taking care of our community and our streets, or are officers picking up dogs right now? I'm trying to figure this
I
out.
think the advisory committee is there just for that reason, to kind of be the eyes and ears of the council. They'll come back and report back to the council. That's how it's kind of, that's the idea. And then those are great questions. And we're going to ask, we're going to ask the advisory committee what happens, because sometimes policy is different than what actually happens. We want to know what's really happening a year later. We want to know what's happening. So that's why an advisory committee consisting of people from Selma who have some experience in this area can ask questions like that and see what's really going on, so they could come back and, like Ms. Prado's comment, make recommendations about, changing the ordinances in Selma. But there'd be people that know what they're doing, have been there, done that, and are able to make informed judgments and come back to the council.
But is our goal to get our officers away from that? Is that our goal here with the animal shelter, is to have an advisory board where, or volunteers or animal control take over the animals in our city where our officers don't have to do that? That's my question. Are we steering in that direction?
That would be the ideal situation, and that's why we need them to come and tell us, because I know you look at Facebook and you see a lot of negative comments on the police officers that they never respond. The shelter doesn't even respond. I called.
Honestly, just no, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but as much money as we're paying for the animal shelter, they should be available 24/7. This should not fall on our officers or having to call dispatch or anything like that.
And we agree. All I'm saying is that the advisory committee is going to look at all the options, like Ms. Prado was saying. We're going to look at doing mandatory neutering in Spain and all that good stuff. But we need to know. We need to go know what's being done now and what needs to be done in the future. But because, if you look at all, there's only 5 of us, and we can't be everywhere to know what,
Understandable.
yeah. So this is a good thing. This is a positive thing, and we hope that you guys support us, because it's going to bring a lot of positive changes for, not just for us, but for everyone, because poor animals, they don't deserve to be out there.
No, I totally agree. I totally agree. We picked up strays ourselves, and we've take care of them. We've taken a microchip. We do it all. But my ultimate goal that I want to see as a community member and a taxpayer is to keep our officers out on the street, patrolling our streets, keeping our criminals in line, and protecting and serving as they've been doing. I will always be a supporter of Selma PD. Rudy knows that. You all know that. I will always be there for them. So I want them to be where they should be, and that's out in the streets. And let's work on getting, like you said, a program in order to kind of keep track and
Thank you.
take care of our animal shelter.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Teresa Salas, Selma, California. I actually agree with Ms. Prado. We have contracts with the city of Fowler and the city of Kingsburg to do their animal control for them. And so I feel that they should be represented on this committee. I know that shelter is located in Selma, but it directly impacts the citizens of Fowler and Kingsburg because of the contract that we have with them. So I think that someone from Kingsburg, at least one person from Fowler, should be on that committee to give their city's perspective on what's going on with the animal shelter. The other thing that I feel, the people whose names you've mentioned were people who were involved with Second Chance Animal Shelter. And we know that there's a lot of ill will between the two groups, Second Chance and the current animal shelter. And I feel like we need fresh eyes, not somebody who's going to be looking negatively at what's going on at the animal shelter. We need new people to see what's going on, that I'm trying to be nice, but not come in there with negativity right off the bat, because we all know that there's a lot of ill will between the two groups, because Second Chance is no longer part of the animal shelter. They're doing their rescue, which is wonderful, but there is negativity there. That's all there is to it. And so I feel like we need to have people who are not going to be coming in there already looking for bad things. We want some fresh eyes to come in and really evaluate what's going on, changes that need to be made, changes that we can make in city ordinances that will benefit the community, as far as mandatory spay, neutering, microchipping, all the things that will be beneficial to the animals and to our community. But I just feel like we're going to get off on the wrong foot if you have a group of people who are already not happy about the situation. And it seems like with a city as big as Selma, I think there should, if you put it out there, you are going to find a lot of people who want to be involved in this committee, not just the same people all the time. Thank you.
You know, I know there's a couple of people from that committee. I would like to hear from them. Let's hear from them and see. I mean, it's unfair to get attacked all the time. They have made a commitment to this committee and to report to the council. So I think they're gonna do a wonderful job, but I mean, if they want to speak, I wish they would.
1057 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. I've said this before and I'll say it again. Back when Second Chance Animal was founded, within the 2 years, we had every neighboring city at our shelter, their council members, their city manager, their chief of polices, all at our shelter asking, how did you guys do this? How can we learn from you guys? And we like to do the same thing. To be really frank, really, Brenda Prado should be at her council with a group of people and fight for our shelter in their town. That way they can run it. Fowler should be at their council meetings and fight for our shelter, and they should run it. Selma is still here helping Kingsburg and Selma after 10 years, 11 years, whatever it is. They all should open their own shelters in each neighboring city. So yes, our officers who we support tremendously, public safety is always number one. Our brand new officers shouldn't come here ready to roll, ready to go take care of the community. They're going to do the best they can because they're going to give it their all. They shouldn't not be dealing with animals, the dogs. That's going to get them to not want to apply. Do they even mention that to them when they apply? I don't even know that. But I'm just saying it just doesn't, it just shouldn't be on them. Our officers are already overwhelmed out there, and to have to deal with animals, and if you're not trained to deal with them, that's a problem. You need to be trained to be able to deal with vicious dogs. As we've seen one that was recently, it's been, I don't know, about a year or something, that was a person that was killed. It's just, you got to be real careful. So it's better to get people who are trained. I agree with you guys starting small to be able, with people with experience who've been around these type of dogs, know how to handle them, and not just want to come because you think it's a nice little fun, you know, committee to get on. It's a lot of work. You got to have a good heart for animals, and you know, you go from there. But really, honestly, it's time for these cities to start going to their council meeting, whether you do or you don't, fight for it. You are the bosses of those cities. Thank you.
Parveen Sandhu, 2477 Country Club Lane, President of Second Chance Animal Rescue. Thank you, Council, for nominating myself and our Vice President for this advisory committee. Allegations have been made that we have some negativity towards the current animal shelter, and that's not true. If we had negativity, we wouldn't be wanting to work with them. We've continued to work with them this past year. We've made donations. We go out there and try to help and do whatever we can to help the dogs of Selma when, you know, they're not able to. Yes, they're not able to do it all of the time. We weren't able to do it all of the time. Were we perfect? Absolutely not. No agency is perfect, but that is the purpose of this advisory committee, so that we can work together to fill in the gaps. That's all we want to do. We want to help. There is no ill will, because if there was ill will, we wouldn't have the same goal, which is to help the animals, to help the community, and to service the public. It is true. The police, the fire department, they are not there to go out and run after dogs. It is the job of the animal control officers, the shelter. So let's take it back to that agency, back to that department, and see where we can help. Have we done this? Yes, we've done this for the last 10 years. We know what to look for. Can we assist them? Absolutely. Because we live in the community. We see it every day. We're trying to help in any way that we can. So that way we're taking a load off of them as well as a rescue. But as a community, we are spending tax dollars on this department. So let's make them better. There is no ill will. We're not mean. We're, you know, we try to help in any way, shape, or form. We're posting their dogs. We're helping them take photos, all of those types of things, because if we had ill will, we wouldn't be doing them. And that is the purpose of this committee, to help. If anybody thinks otherwise, that's their own prerogative. Yes, let's keep this committee smaller, to the point, to Selma, because it affects Selma and its dogs first, and then it's going out to Kingsburg and to Fowler, because we're not bringing in as many dogs from those communities. Most of the dogs are coming from Selma. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Kelly Guerra, 2145 Cypress Street. I just want to say thank you for nominating me. And I want to say everyone who is named have experience and have not stopped helping from day one. It's a passion, as I have always said, not a paycheck. Let's try and work together and be the voices for the animals. And like you said, we have to start somewhere, and we are the ones that are getting impacted in all the calls that are helping the shelter at this point. And I agree that Selma PD should not be involved in this, as they have their own jobs to do to protect our community. So I just wanted to say I'm excited about this, and I can't wait to see all of us work together and help the animals. Thank you.
Hello, Kirsten Prado out of Kingsburg. Just have one question. Out of all you council members, how many of you guys have actually set foot onto the shelter campus facility in the last year? Okay, I just wanted to visually see.
Okay, bringing the matter back to council. So let's look at this. Formation of ad hoc committee of city council to review and report on operations of City of Selma Animal Shelter. What, city attorney, is the scope of what we can decide on tonight? Can we pick the committee, the actual advisory committee, and ask them to get started on their?
Yeah, I would just caution you against having a lot of structure, having particular meeting dates, that sort of thing. Various requirements imposed on the various members, because there you cross into having a standing committee, which is subject to the Brown Act, as opposed to an ad hoc committee.
Got it.
So you just need to make sure that you're maintaining kind of a loose, informal group that's going to go in there and look at the operations of the animal shelter and just report back to the city council on what they find.
Got it. So tonight, that's what we'll do. We'll nominate our members and vote on them, and then ask them to go out to the shelter and conduct an initial assessment, and then come back to council and let us know what you found, and go from there. We're hopeful that there will be a semi-regular trip to the council by the advisory committee, and then a report back. I think it was mentioned monthly would be a good timeline, but as the city attorney indicated, we don't want to delve too deeply into the structure here, leave it loose and informal so that it retains its ad hoc nature. So is there, I mentioned the different members. Every council member has the ability to nominate a member. Would anyone like to take that opportunity here and bring forward these members of the committee? Do you have a comment?
Oh, yeah. You know, I was painted, you know, like I said earlier, we have people from Fowler and Kingsburg that, you know, want to participate, but I'll tell you what, you know, I will, if allow me as a council, your counterpart, if I attend their meetings in one in Fowler, one in Kingsburg, and maybe address their dog issue, they're willing to open up a program in their community, Fowler and Kingsburg, because I don't know when their contract ends. I'm not sure when it ends on their contract.
Well, I
with
think
the
that's one of the roles of the advisory committee, is to look into that and
Yeah,
see if it's feasible for the animal shelter
'Cause
to keep taking dogs in from the two cities. We just don't have that level of experience or knowledge, and we need the eyes and ears to do that.
I know, yeah, I just, if the council is willing to create a revenue project to help their town as far as their dog shelter, you know.
I hope their
fundraiser.
councils do too. I hope their councils
Yeah.
do what
They're
Selma
willing to,
did in
I mean,
2013 and
well,
start their own animal
I
shelter.
mean, there's good people in each town that, you know, care about their dogs. I get it. But at the same time, I like to say, you have to get out there and be vocal. You have to go to the council meeting and address the issues, and continue to address the issues, how important it is the dogs in your community, to save them and rescue them. Because no one wants to kill a dog or a cat. That's not in their category in life. Animals are good companions in people's lives. They take away the stress in life, you know. I have 2 dogs. I should get 3 maybe. But
Mayor,
Did you want to mention, just a second, did you want to mention, who do you nominate?
nominate,
Well, I was gonna,
I was gonna nominate,
We're taking nominations now, right?
yeah,
For the
well, I
group,
was gonna,
the
I
advisory
was gonna
committee?
make a motion, but
What are you gonna move?
go ahead. You want to make a motion? Go ahead.
I was gonna make a motion to, if there's no opposition, to accept all the members mentioned.
Because I don't have an issue with any of these
That's why I said if
these
there's no opposition.
members here. Did any other council members want to
I'll second it.
mention anybody? Okay, we have
Mayor,
a
just
first and a second.
Hold on.
quick question. City Attorney, just for clarification, my understanding is that an ad hoc committee typically has either a set timeframe in which they'll be operating, or a specific task or goal
Right,
that
and
they're.
I gathered that this was a specific task, and they just want to get down to brass tacks as to how this animal shelter is being operated and how it can be improved.
Sure. So I guess my question was, does the council want to clarify at what point that improvement shall be deemed complete, right? Or is it going to be an ongoing thing? Because then, like you said, then it becomes a standing committee that oversees, for example, Pioneer Village Commission, right? The whole goal was to
Well-
oversee the operations of the Pioneer Village Commission. Is this going to take on that same sort of oversight? Or are we looking for very specific kind of outcomes? You know, I think anybody can say improvement of the shelter, but how will we know when the improvement actually takes place? Is it specific policies that need to be developed?
Maybe,
And
but
that's,
they're gonna advise, I think where we're getting off track here is they're gonna advise, they are an advisory committee, not an oversight committee. They're an advisory committee to us, the council members. So they will come back, we're the policymakers and the decision makers, and we'll decide based on what kind of information they give to us, whether there is further action warranted. So they're not the ones providing the oversight. They're advising us council members. They're experienced, they have experience, unique experience that we don't. So they can go out and on a regular basis, come back and advise us, but they will not be paid. They're unpaid. They're volunteers. That's it. They're not working at the shelter. That we probably should have mentioned. You can't work at the shelter and be on this advisory committee because there would be a conflict there. And I don't think any of the 4 names that we had and were nominated, I don't think there's a conflict there. But again, as the city attorney said, it's going to be pretty loose. There is, at least, I haven't heard anybody indicate that there is a beginning and an end date for this group, so there won't be. And I think at this point, it's still informal, and we're going to see what they come up with and come back in terms of their recommendations for the shelter. I mean, there are just situations now that have arisen after 1 year. We've had enough time to see that there are really good things that the shelter has done. When they started, there were adoption events, there were balloons, and really good things, and caring, and I see the dogs out in the play yard, and I appreciate that very much. That slipped a little bit, you know, I mean, we don't see that as much, still see the dogs out in the play yards. But I don't see the animal control vehicles out in the community. Not a knock, that's just a statement of fact. And I hope the advisory committee will go out and just kind of answer these basic questions about what they see. Because again, they've been there and they've had that experience. I have very specific questions. I'm not going to ask them tonight because this is just the formation stage. But I do have some pretty specific questions. I'm looking forward to some resolution from the advisory committee on that. With that, we have a first and we have a second. Is there anybody online or on the phone who wanted to comment on this? I wasn't able to ask that.
Mayor Robertson, at this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll ask you to call the roll.
Mayor Robertson, could you please restate what the motion is?
Make your motion.
The motion was to adopt and establish the advisory committee for the Selma Animal Shelter.
With members Parveen
Yeah,
Sandu.
with the members mentioned.
Could you please restate the members mentioned?
Parveen Sandu, Nidia Juarez, Kelly Guerra, and Sarka Rodriguez.
I think Councilmember Avalos threw out one of the conditions that you can't be serving on another commission in Selma.
Yeah, I brought that up earlier. I mean, it's up to the council if they wish to.
Did you say committee or commission?
Well, committees, commissions. Commissions and commissions, they serve on commissions.
Got it. Okay.
Did we close it or not?
And we closed it. I'm sorry. We're taking our votes now. Thank you, though. We have a second oral communications tonight that we're opening back up. Talk about anything you want then. Go ahead.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay. With that, we will get back to our regular agenda here. Okay, our regular item. Okay, it's a public hearing item, and it's the first reading of an ordinance amending the Selma Municipal Code Section 5719, adding the Tejano Festival and Dia de los Muertos to the list of legacy events and waive the one-day business license requirements for vendors associated with legacy events. Ordinance 2025-01.
Good evening, council. As the mayor stated, this was an item brought at the February 3rd council meeting that we're bringing back for consideration for the city council. The council requested to add the aforementioned events, the Tejano Festival and the Dia de los Muertos celebration. Sorry, I had too much coffee earlier. To the list of legacy events. Attached to the staff report is a draft ordinance that includes revisions to the municipal code that include these events added to the list for a grand total of 10 legacy events, as well as language that exempts the legacy events from and their vendors from the one-day business license requirements. So this would be the introduction and first reading, and we would have a second hearing on this item at an upcoming council meeting.
Great, thank you, Deputy City Manager. Do we have any questions before we open up this public hearing to the public? With that, we will open the public hearing to the public. Does anybody have any input on this item tonight? Anybody on the phone or online?
Good evening, council. Yes, I do have some questions and just kind of some concerns regarding the adding these two events to the legacy event. Not so much for the Dia de los Muertos, because I believe that they do have a 501c status, or maybe they don't. I'm not sure. But the first one is adding the Tejano Festival. So according to the last regular meeting, on the bid application, there was a member of the public that is actually associated with the Tejano Festival. And she stated on her application that she was the co-founder of not just the Tejano Festival, but also the Second Chance Animal Shelter. And so my questions are, who is the nonprofit that is sponsoring this Tejano Festival? Because if I remember correctly, the ordinance states that it has to be a nonprofit, and the nonprofit has to be in good standing. And so I would like to know who the nonprofits are for both of these events and who's on that, because I think that it is a conflict of interest, because Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem Guerra are both they sell tickets out of their business. And so I think that it's a conflict of interest with that. And so I'm just, bringing that out there. Again, I have nothing against the Tejano Festival or anything like that, but the ordinance does state that you have to have a nonprofit, and the nonprofit has to be in good standing. So who is the nonprofit? Who's profiting from this? Who is sponsoring it? All of that information for both of them, but specifically for the Tejano Festival. So I'm not sure who's talking over me, but yeah, that's my question. Thank you.
Okay. So the two organizations that would be represented here, I believe, would be the, for the Day of the Dead. Who would be the sponsoring organization for that? Anybody
We
have?
have somebody.
We have a nonprofit that's from Day of the Dead.
Hello, Margarita Hernandez, 2138 Maple in Selma. The nonprofit is run out of Centro de Folklore here in Selma, and we are a nonprofit. And I'm the secretary of the board.
Thank you. And then for Second Chance Animal Shelter, do we have a representative of that organization? Can you explain what kind of organization you are?
Parveen Sandu, Second Chance Animal Shelter formerly, but we are in the process of changing our name to, Second Chance Animal Rescue, since we no longer have an actual facility or a shelter. We are the organization, 501(c) nonprofit organization that helps put on the Tejano concert. Where do the proceeds go? They go back to helping the animals, and we also donate to other organizations in the city. In the past, we've donated to the Police Officers Association, the Fire Department, the Arts Center. This year, or in 2024, we donated to the American Cancer Society. So it does get spread out through the cities of Selma and Kingsburg, and it benefits the whole community as a whole.
And you're a nonprofit in good standing.
We are in good standing. We are filing all of our paperwork. It's just late, and like all government organizations, it takes time for everything to get updated.
But you haven't had your nonprofit status revoked by the
Federal government-
IRS?
Nope,
Your 501c3
That is
status has
correct.
not been revoked? Okay,
that is correct.
thank you.
Thank you.
And by the way, just to address those comments, we have sold, a lot of people sell tickets in this town. They have big hearts for the animal shelter and the animal rescue. And they like going to the Tejano Festival. So yeah, we sell tickets. And by the way, we keep zero from those ticket proceeds. We make no money, never have, never will. So there's no conflict of interest.
To clarify, various organizations and our sponsors that sponsor our event help us sell tickets as well. So our tickets are everywhere. We also give out tickets for people to come and attend. We give tickets to the senior center for the seniors to come and attend, just, for their own enjoyment. That's a donation that we do as well. So our tickets are available everywhere. Eventbrite sells them. We sell them online. They're available. Thank you.
And I just want to make a comment. We've been a sponsor for the past 12 years. Is that correct?
Yes, you have.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I also sell tickets, so it's a wonderful event. We attend every year, and every year we hustle out there and try to sell as many tickets to help out. So it's a wonderful event. If you get a chance to, go check it out.
Ten 57 Mill Street, Rose Robertson. Not only do we help sell tickets, people trust us to come in and pay cash. If Folklorio, when their event's ready and they would like for us to sell tickets ahead of time, you're welcome to, we will definitely do that and be a sponsor, not only for you guys, the Folklorio, and will continue to be for Second Chance. Great event. Fourth generation citizens of Selma that come attend that and have an amazing time. So Blanca Mendoza Navarro, who wants to continue to be negative, go for it. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody on the line? Okay.
Wanda Torres. I agree. Ms. Navarro, you really need to stay positive. We're trying to move in the right direction. Do your homework before you call in and start accusing people of things. I've purchased tickets. I've helped sell tickets out of my home. I don't know if that's a conflict of interest, but I mean, I will do anything I can to help any organization in this community. Everybody knows that, from Little Leagues to the dog shelter, to the police department, to the fire department, and anything else in between. So people need to do their homework before they start calling in, making accusations about people or their businesses. Thank you.
Anybody on the phone?
Hello?
We can hear you.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I just wanted to provide a little more context about our nonprofit. For the Day of the Dead at Centro de Folklore Padrinos, we're similar to like a booster club, like any sport or any band. They have a booster organization that supports their kids. We are a 501c3, and the purpose of the event is to raise funds for scholarships for a lot of our seniors. And some of the money also goes to back into the event to make sure we have a budget for the next event. But it's really giving back to the community and giving back to the students. As you know, we have about 200 students in the dance program. They age from age 3 all the way to age 70 or more. We're a very diverse and eclectic group. So these fundraising efforts go back to the student, go back to support the dancing school. So I just want to provide a little more context on our status. And we're here to answer any questions. I'm the vice president of the nonprofit as well. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anybody else with a comment at this time? Okay, we'll close the public hearing, bring the matter back to council. I did have a clarifying question or comment regarding the one-day business license requirements for the legacy events. I wanted to clarify that that means that the vendors do not have to get a business license, the ones that are coming into town. And the intent of this is at the Sikh Festival, the vendors come in that morning and they don't know who's coming in. So, you know, they could probably get a list of who showed up after the fact, but in terms of who comes in before, that's not going to happen. That is one of the purposes of waiving the one-day business license requirement of these vendors. Point two, the application requirement, for the letter requirement for the Sikh temple to send out a letter to all the neighboring or some of the neighbors or neighboring businesses or individuals. They've been around for like 31 years, and that requirement just recently came about, and that should go away. So how do we write that in? Do we need to make a motion with that amendment to, how would we get rid of that requirement for the letter to the surrounding
we need
homes
to remove
or
that.
businesses?
I think we're talking about a road closure issue, not necessarily the event. And Caltrans, I believe, has requirements for notifying people whose access is going to be restricted.
Not for 31 years.
I mean, I believe that's where the requirement comes from, is from the road closure requirement, not for the actual event. And so
Then
we'll verify.
Caltrans, yeah,
we'll
verify that
verify
and
with
show
Caltrans.
the letter to the Sikh temple that that's required, because the city's never required it. I've never seen Caltrans require it.
Mr. Mayor, I believe there's a portion of the parade that is in the county and the state access ways, and they may have requirements. Again, we'll confirm.
Because remember, a couple of years ago, when this came about, the requirement was for them to go door to door. And we had that young Sikh gentleman that was murdered, and they were uneasy about people from the Sikh community going to doors of people, you know, and knocking on those doors and asking for approval for this parade that they've had for, 30 plus years. So that is kind of morphed. The requirement has gone from going door to door now to sending a letter out, now to just people who live along a restricted piece of road. So I think we should really nail that down for the Sikh temple before they, so they know the scope of what they have to do for this.
Again, yes, we just don't want to say that they don't have to make any announcements if the Highway Patrol, Caltrans or the county make that a requirement. So we'll nail those things down and
Got
get
it.
information.
But what
from-
we're saying on the city part, the city of Selma is not requiring them to send letters out to any of the residents nearby, telling them they're having this Sikh parade.
Well, the city has to require it as part of Caltrans, so it's basically a condition of the permit. And so if CHP tells us we have to require it, then that's what we would communicate, and the city can't issue the road closure permit until those conditions are
But
satisfied.
it's not a city of Selma
Correct.
requirement. It would be
Correct.
a CHP requirement. So I think we need to make it clear to the Sikh temple that it's not a city issue that you have to go knock on doors or send a letter out. It is a potential CHP requirement, which I'm sure the city could provide to them in writing if necessary.
So if I may, Mr. Mayor, we just actually had our Sikh Temple parade meeting this afternoon. Mr. Singh was there with other members of the temple. They were provided with 3 pages of addresses, and they're basically the businesses that are affected on the stretch of 43. And that does require them to also, as part of the parade, they have to pull a permit through Caltrans for the road closures. So when we spoke about it today at the meeting, the Sikh temple had no problem sending out the notices. They understood that they were specifically for those businesses. They don't have to go door to door and knock on doors. And they also brought up the fact that that event has taken place for years and it's on social media. But that is a requirement through the state of California for that encroachment permit for traffic closure along the 43 corridor.
Thank you for that, but it has been going on for 30 years, and it's only in the last 2 years that the city has given them these additional tasks to get First it was door to door, and then it was letters to these businesses. So I hope we'll get that nailed down. And yes, I did receive a call right after your meeting. So I know full well that you guys had a meeting today, and I know what happened during the meeting. So thank you for that.
Mayor, just a clarification on the vendor permits. I think there might be an issue that we have to confirm with regard to food vendors. And the reason that we ask for a list of vendors is to verify that mostly if any food vendors need to be permitted or properly permitted by Fresno County. Because regardless of whether the food's being given away, there has to be safe food handling verification. And they take care of all of that, but they ask us for the information of vendors who are potentially going to be distributing food.
Yeah.
So, and that's the reason that information is asked for.
Got it. And again, it's been going on many, many years, city manager. So this is not something new. This has been going on for 30 years. And so these are all new requirements that have popped up from the city in the last couple of years. And the business license requirement has been found to be particularly onerous because they come from other cities, and the folks at the temple don't know who's coming. So it's a burden for them to do that. So I think we're dispensing with that business license, that one-day business license requirement tonight per the ordinance change. In terms of the food preparation, from my knowledge, from what the temple has told me, they make all the food themselves. So they don't have there is no food vendors. They make it in their cafeteria, and that's between the Department of Health and the cafeteria. So that's you're saying it somehow gets filtered through the city. They want, the county wants your assurance from them, but that's a health permit issue to my knowledge. And that's something that I'm not talking about tonight. I'm talking about it for a food permit because, again, they make their own food and they make it out of the cafeteria, and they don't have food vendors. But I think in the interest of equity, I think it's important to make sure that we give them the same rules that other churches have. And I think we're doing that tonight, which is a good thing. It's a step forward for our city tonight. So I appreciate your clarification questions, but I would ask for a motion to
I'd like to make
approve
comment.
before
I'd
you
like to
make a
make a comment, okay?
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
The public hearing, hold on, the public hearing is closed, by the way. We'll bring the matter back to council. Okay. Comment?
Yeah.
Fire chief?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One last consideration for you with regards to food vendors, if they do have those, is that we have fire code regulations that we have to enforce and adhere to. So any open flame devices or anything of that nature, the business license is how we are notified of any food services that would be at an event, and in that would prompt our inspectors to go and inspect those things.
Got that. And just to reiterate now, the vendors sell clothes, okay? Not food, right?
not
They
food.
make the food in their cafeteria and a controlled environment, so.
Just wanted to make sure you
Got it.
were considering
Thank
that.
you.
Yep, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Avalos?
Well, this is the way I look at life. Okay, we don't charge our Catholic Church when they have the event over there. The food vendors, they have food vendors over there. And then we have the band festival. We have that. So we have other things in our community that we bring positive things, and our Raisin Festival. So I mean, you have to look at the whole picture in our community. We want to capture dollars, guys. This is going to be the tough time for the cities, for the people that live in the city, and people that have businesses here. We need to capture and help them. We got to help them. Like down the street, Antonio's, all those people, down Sal's restaurant there. We got to help these people. So we got to bring people in our community. And how we do it, we have to adjust some prices to help these people come to our community and bring their friends and their family here. That's why we have the band festival every year. We have the car shows, the 4th of July, the Raisin Festival, the Portuguese Parade, the Catholic Church events, and also the churches that have the events on Halloween. They bring people in our community. So we got to be proactive and doing these things, but at the same time, we have to help them. And small investments in a city part, that's the way to go. Because look at Clovis. You live in Clovis, don't you? Oh, not, okay. I'm sorry. Jerome, you live in Clovis? Okay. Well, all right then. That answers that then. Well, you know, people, if you look at Clovis and other communities, what they do and around us, they're proactive. They don't charge a whole lot in their events. They bring people in. You know, like the Clovis Rodeo, man, they could bring a ton of people. Big hat days, you know, you gotta be, hey, you look at their costs, they're not charging a whole lot. Hey, they're bringing people in. They make the money on the back end. People investing, buying gas, food, restaurants. Hey, they're there, staying in hotels. They're like the Sikh community. They come from a long ways. I know. They stay in those hotels. They do. And when they buy product, I know for a fact, when they buy the product, like the milk and yogurt, they buy locally in our community. No questions asked. You know, and that goes for, that even falls for their Raisin Festival and the Band Festival. They buy stuff here in our community. They invest in the long run. We make money, and at the same time, we showcase our house and we make people feel good when they come to our event. And that's who we are, Selma. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, do we have a motion to approve this item?
So moved.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Call the roll, please.
Okay, so I want to again confirm what the motion is. I have from the staff report, the motion is to waive the first reading and set the second reading of the ordinance to the next regular council meeting.
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo, Mayor Robertson.
Yes. That, we're going to take a 5-minute break and we'll get back for the rest of the meeting then. Thank you, everybody. And our second public hearing item tonight is introduction and first reading of ordinance 2025-02, amending Selma Municipal Code, Section 151, Subdivision A, changing the city council regular meeting date to the first and third Tuesdays of each month. Resolution 2025-19R. City Attorney?
Kind of all said it in the title there, didn't you? Your ordinance sets your regular meeting dates as is required by statute, and yours are set on Monday, the first and third Monday of every month. This ordinance simply changes that to the first and third Tuesday of every month at 6 p.m. The way it's written, your ordinance basically says that's the regular meeting date, Monday, but it also says unless you guys adopt a resolution changing that at a regular meeting. So I provided you both with the ordinance that will change it in your ordinance to the first and third Tuesday. I've also provided you with a resolution that will change it immediately if that's your desire to the first and third Tuesday of every month until such time as we have the actual noticed public hearing and the second reading and adoption of the ordinance, and it's becomes effective.
Okay. Thank you, City Attorney. So if we approve this and approve the resolution tonight, our next meeting will be 2 weeks from today on a Tuesday.
It will be the first Tuesday of March, whatever that may be.
Great. Okay. With that, I'll ask if the council has any questions before I open up the matter to the public, because this is a public hearing. No questions, we'll open the matter to the public because it's a public hearing.
Mayor, if I may, just something for the council to consider. Staff has previously proposed that the council consider changing the meeting dates to Thursday. And I think that would, from a staff perspective and potentially from a council perspective as well, allow us more time to confer with council after meeting agendas and packets are published. And it just gives us more opportunity, for example, when meetings like this run late, well into 11 o'clock midnight, for staff to be able to recover from a long night and still be able to, and not let it affect the rest of the work week, because what we have found is, especially when it's on Mondays, and I don't believe it would be much different if it continues on Tuesdays, that, we get out, some of us get home at midnight, 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning, and then we have to be back in the office early in the next morning. If that's done on a Thursday, Fridays are typically a little less light, that it doesn't affect us as much going into the weekend. So just something for council to consider. I know that's been proposed in the past, but just wanted to throw that out there for council's consideration.
Okay. With that, we will, you want to do it now, or do you want to do it after we open?
I'll do it now. The reason it was brought up to Tuesday is because a lot of times, we'll go to meetings or conferences and stuff like that, and a lot of times you come back on Monday, and it's hard, like you're saying, it's hard for us to drive or fly from wherever you're at on a Monday, and then the same night have a meeting, so you can see, why we're kind of looking at that. So that's my comment.
To that point, Councilman, I think Thursday might accomplish that same goal, and still allow more time for the agenda packet, not just to be published, but then to also be discussed with the council if there's any questions, any clarifications. I understand coming back on a Monday from a conference, or even, leaving on a Friday, is difficult. So I think Thursday is a good medium. I've been part of, agencies that have Thursday council meetings, and it goes a lot smoother in terms of the rest of the work week. But anyway, I thank you for that information, council member.
Okay, since we're weighing in, I'll weigh in. I've got COG on Thursdays, so they're the last Thursday of the month, but sometimes, like holiday months, like Thanksgiving, they change them to the third Thursdays, so that wouldn't work out for me. That's why Thursday wouldn't be a possibility for me at this time. Anybody else before we open the public hearing?
Yeah, I have meetings on Thursdays, by the way, but with SKF sometimes, so. And then I don't, and the other issue is, I don't know when the Air Quality Board is gonna have a meeting. I have to look at that agenda as well.
Right.
Now,
Okay. Well, that will open the meeting to the public, or this item to the public. Would anybody like to weigh in on having meetings on Tuesday instead of Mondays? Anybody on the phone or online with a comment on this public hearing agenda item?
At this time, I see no hands raised.
Thank you. With that, we'll close the public hearing and bring the matter back to council. Is there any further discussion before we ask for a motion?
one more, Johnny, you have a meeting on Tuesdays? No? No, I don't either, so
Mine are Wednesdays.
Wednesdays and Thursdays, that's where I'm at on my.
City Attorney, Tuesdays are clear. Okay. Is there a motion to amend subdivision A, section 151 of the Selma Municipal Code, changing the date of regular meetings of the city council from the first and third Monday of each month to the first and third Tuesday of each month? We would also like to complete the resolution tonight so that we could make this change effective the next council meeting.
So moved.
immediately.
Okay, I'll second it.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
Yes.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, item passes. Okay, next item is regular business. It's a report and recommendation. Consideration and necessary action on authorization of issuance of 30-day notice of termination of agreement dated December 6, 2022 between City of Selma and Chriscom Public Relations, Inc.
Mayor, members of the council, you asked that I review the contract with Chriscom Public Relations, Inc. and determine whether or not you're in a position to terminate that agreement. The agreement provides simply that you can terminate that agreement at any time for any reason on the giving of 30 days notice. So if you're so inclined to terminate that agreement, all you need to do is have a vote and direct me to issue that notice of termination.
Got it. Thank you. That will bring the matter to council. Does council have any input before we open up the matter? I believe we have representatives from Chriscom tonight if they would like to make a comment, or would council like to weigh in before we ask them, the folks from Chriscom? Okay, with that, we'll ask folks from Chriscom to give us their input.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members, city manager. As you know, my name is Renee Masakian, and I am the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of the Chriscom Company. We were retained by the City of Selma in December 2015 as the city's legislative advocacy firm. I was here this past September and gave a progress report to council, and at that time, the council expressed its thanks to our firm for all our endeavors and hard work. No complaints or concerns about our work were raised, which is why it was very perplexing to us that our firm was put on today's agenda for termination. To recap what our firm has done in our tenure, we have been able to secure $10 million in direct funding to the city, with $4.5 million to the Selma Fire Station, $4 million to the Selma Police Station, and $1.5 million for storm drain repair. At the meeting in September, we gave our report. A member of the audience said she was a numbers person and questioned the value of our monthly retainer. To put it in perspective, the City of Selma has paid us just under $500,000 since we started in 2015. That means our return on investment for the $10 million funding alone is a 20-to-1 return, which is excellent by anyone's standards. However, we have done more than just that. Chriscom was also instrumental in bringing the Boot Barn to Selma when we helped with economic development when we first began working with the city. Most importantly, our firm also worked on very important legislation for the City of Selma, along with Assemblymember Dr. Arambula, in passing California Assembly Bill AB 2780 in September 2022. Not only did passing that important legislation for the city of Selma save the city from paying a $400,000 overdue bill from years previous, it also gave the city the ability to initiate, participate in, govern, and/or finance in an enhanced infrastructure financing district. Passing legislation such as this is hard to quantify in a dollar amount, but it will certainly benefit the city of Selma in the millions of dollars with the possibilities of new economic development. Between the $10 million in funding, the tax dollars from the boot barn, and the infrastructure financing district legislation, it would be hard to enumerate the value of what our firm has brought to the city of Selma, but it would easily be over 30 times what we have been paid, and that number grows daily. Our firm also works with the city manager and department heads on helping them with various grants, which we do pro bono, as that is not included in our retainer. We diligently research grant funding opportunities, which we pass on to the city for the city to review and identify any viable projects. Prior to the city hiring a grant coordinator, we even worked on several grants pro bono. CRISCOM proudly provides the city of Selma with our Sacramento snapshot on a biweekly basis, a resource that delivers concise summaries of all relevant bills from the California State Legislature. We also include status updates to keep the city informed about where the bills are and at what legislative process they're in. City administration receives our Sacramento snapshot, as I said, biweekly, ensuring that they are always updated on important legislative developments. During our time with the city of Selma, we have worked with several city managers, 3 police chiefs, several mayors, numerous council members, a couple fire chiefs, and dozens of various department heads. During all of these transitions and changes in city leadership, we have kept our heads down and out of politics and continued to move forward to work and succeed in the city's best interest. We have been excellent community partners, joining the Selma Chamber of Commerce and attending events, providing raffles for countless events over the past 9+ years. When I started with the CRISCOM firm in 2017, we even honored one of Selma's own residents as our firm's prestigious Leader for America Award, in which we recognize Sam Israelian's service as a U.S. veteran. We also are currently working on our schedule for ICSC in Las Vegas, as we know the council would like to attend that event. And just a reminder, we are in the beginning of a 2-year legislative period and are in the middle of our budget requests for the city. Now would be an unfortunate time to stop the momentum we have currently built up. On a personal note, I have watched several council meetings in the past several months. A constant theme I noticed is that several residents of Selma would like the city staff to live in Selma. Not only has our firm been a member of this community for over 9 years, I personally have been a member of this community for the past 40+ years. I grew up next door in Fowler, but spent many a lunchtime packing my friends into my car, heading here to grab lunch at McDonald's or Carl's Jr.'s or Wendy's, because we didn't have that in Fowler. I spent countless nights celebrating wins of volleyball games, football and basketball games at Me and Ed's, or even commiserating the losses of those games at the same Me and Ed's. During college, many of my friends lived in Selma and we'd hang out here. More importantly, many of my family members live in Selma as well. While I may currently not live in Selma, I do have a great fondness for this city and feel as if it's my community as well, and I want to help the city's success. Given our firm's connection with the city of Selma, combined with our expertise and knowledge in the advocacy, grant writing, and economic development worlds, the city would be hard-pressed to find a firm that has the qualifications we have. In December 2022, our firm was awarded a 3-year contract with a 5-0 vote, which included 3 of the current members on the dais. It is also important to note that during our 9+ years with the city of Selma, we not only have never raised our fees, but we have never charged for expenses, including travel to Sacramento and Washington, D.C. for advocacy, or to Las Vegas for ICSC. We hope this council would consider not terminating our contract, as we have shown our worth and, quite frankly, have over-delivered on our promises.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public have any comments at this time on the CRISCOM issue? With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Does council have any comments before we go for a motion for a vote?
I was gonna ask her, what was the last grant they had for the city?
The last grant?
Yeah, what was the last grant?
So the $4.5 million earmark from the state legislature, Senator Hurtado, for the fire station design was the last.
Okay, what date was that?
Was that 2023? Yeah,
A year ago?
2 years ago.
2 years ago? And nothing since then?
No, that was a legislative earmark, rather than a grant. But yeah, we have not, last year we submitted several projects at the federal and state level, and, were not awarded any earmarks or grants.
Right, and I recall that very well, Councilman Avalos, because Senator Hurtado called me herself. I was the first one to know from Selma and dealt extensively with her. She actually, she endorsed me for my political race that year, so I was honored to have that. I was honored to be very close to that office and to be fighting for our city as well, for our $4.5 million fire department grant, and always appreciate what Chriscom has done. I don't think anyone is saying we have a problem with Chriscom. It's just that we have economic realities that we have to face in our city. I don't know if you've seen our city to the south or the north, Fresno. They're looking at a $20 million budget deficit. And there's a lot of pressure on our revenues right now as a city. There's been a lot of spending in our city. We are going to work to make sure that we practice good, sound fiduciary financial management of our city. And I think this is one way we start out in doing that. The last contract was with a different council, and this is a different council now. And we have potentially different priorities, and one of those is financial management. And the $4,500 a month, while it may not seem like a lot of money, that's still $54,000 a year that we could be using on parks, we could be using on public safety, we could be using for trees and lights downtown, which we really desperately need. And so this is not goodbye forever. We will see you at ICSC if it doesn't go your way tonight. And I look forward to staying on good terms with you, Chuck and Renee, and appreciate everything you've done in the past for the city. But I don't see that we have, that it's a viable relationship right now. And I just think it's gone on too long. For my 2 cents, I looked at your scope of services, and one of the items is the Chriscom company's advocacy model includes providing our clients with a weekly legislative report during the legislative session. I haven't seen one in a long time. The other one is at the outset of the state and federal legislative sessions, Chriscom will meet with the city council, city manager, and department heads to set the legislative platform for the coming session. This will include identifying budgetary needs and developing a plan of action to pursue these dollars through both the state budget process and the federal appropriations process. It's just not happening. It's just that is not happening. And I think we need to go in a different direction. The city has hired a grant writer. So the city has another option that they're going through with someone actually on staff getting grants for the city. So that's what I see. Did council have any?
I have a comment as well.
Address the one comment.
Why don't you
just
wait until the
on
council's through?
Okay.
If you had your input, let the council weigh in.
Currently, the state is facing a, $30 billion deficit. And for right now, just like I sit on other boards, and they're all facing the same thing. They're saying that, they don't know what's going to happen. Grants are going to get tied up. So what we're facing in Selma is we're facing an emergency obligation funding, especially for our parks. And we definitely are going to have to allocate monies to get those lights fixed. And that is going to be one of my future comments or agendas is I want a price. I want to know exactly how much it's going to cost because we continue to get calls from our citizens. I hope those lights are going to be ready to go. I hope they're ready before March. March is just around the corner. So we're put on some dire straight emergencies here. So it's nothing personal. It's nothing personal. It's, we just have to be much more conservative. And right now, our city is facing some serious issues that we need to focus on. And it's going to be about our citizens first, our children's first. And then we can think about how we can move forward with Chriscom or with someone else. That's just my comments.
Any other council input before?
Well,
Makes her comment.
Yeah. You know, I'll be straight up with you guys. From here on out, unfortunately, I had a conversation with the bigger city down the street from us, you know, and they're cutting their deficit $20 million. 20 million. And I had some colleagues in higher up office, you know, and they told me, Avalos, you're gonna have to tighten the belt because we're going in for a tough ride. This administration is gonna cut a lot of funding because they want to cut their expenditures as well. They want to tighten their belt, and we're seeing it right now across the nation with the federal level. The state level is going to be next, I already know. There's no doubt about it. And right now we don't have no lights in the Schaefer Park. The seniors don't have stoves not working at the senior center, Salazar Center. We don't have another state working there. We have to look at those avenues. And I think, nothing against Chriscom. I'll be straight up. You know, Chuck's been a good ally. I'm never going to say he's a bad person. Just right now, we're going to have to really tighten our belt because it's going to be a rocky ride. And I already know what's coming, man. I already know. That's all I got to say. I mean, the public, you're seeing it right now. Even I'll be straight up, but even this thing right now, our sales are down in our community. The grocery stores are sales down because of this immigration ICE group is moving to the cities and everything. And some of our people that buy in our community are scared and they don't know what to do. They think they're going to get picked up, whatever, if they don't have an ID or anything. And so, and it's a ripple effect across not just City of Selma, but Fresno, Fowler, Sanger, Kingsburg, Parlier, Reedley. It's in the valley. It's already, the farmers are having a tough time finding help right now in the fields, pick the crops. This is going to be a rough ride, guys, and we're going to have to tighten the belt from here on out. All I got to say, thank you.
Ms. Muscarian, did you have a comment?
Yes, Masakian.
Ms.
What I
Masakian,
wanted to
I
say was, oh,
apologize.
that's fine, Mr.
Renee.
Mayor. What I just wanted to correct you on is that I have biweekly conversations with Fernando where we keep up with what's going on, and our firm does send, like I said, our Sacramento snapshot that does have the legislative report on it. So we do submit that biweekly. We get that. I don't know if that's not passed on, but so
Never
we
seen
do
it.
that.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of what you promised to
As
do in
as
your
well,
scope of
we
services
have
for
done, and
years.
I believe the city manager could verify that, as well as earlier this year, right after my September report, we had a meeting with the department heads here, and we did go over what projects there were. We met with everybody here at the table, what projects, what funding, what we were going to do, what the priorities were. So we did that as well. So we do that at the beginning of each 2-year legislative session, and that is what we did in September. So I just wanted to make sure that you understood that we were following what our
Yeah,
contract
I think we
said.
understand very well. Thank you, Ms. Muscarian. So please have your seat. Thank you. Did council have any other questions for
Mr.
the
Mayor,
two from Chriscom?
just a couple of items, questions actually, from my end. So if I'm understanding correctly, the council's goal currently is to not retain any lobbyist for the remainder of the legislative period for the state and federal level. Because currently Chriscom's contract runs through the end of the calendar year 2025. If the council's goal was to actually retain someone else, a different lobbyist, then it might, my suggestion would be to keep the contract with Chriscom open until we're able to retain somebody else so that there's a continuity in those conversations that they are having with our legislators. My understanding is despite the budget difficulties and deficits at the state and federal level, there's still opportunities for earmarks there, maybe less so at the federal level, but at the state level, certainly. And I think we've been making some pretty good inroads with even our new legislators in terms of finding funding for Pioneer Village, for our downtown, for additional sewer improvements, and for storm drain. And so it'd be a shame to kind of let all those conversations that are happening kind of just go by the wayside. Again, my recommendation would be if the council does want to procure a lobbyist to continue advocating for the city of Selma and Sacramento and in DC, to give us the opportunity while Chriscom continues to work to find a different lobbyist. Or if your goal is just to not have any kind of representation in Sacramento or DC, then that would be a different story. So just wanted to get clarification on that. And another point, sorry, we're talking about two different things. So grants and legislative advocacy and earmarks. So grants, we haven't hired Chriscom to write grants for us. As Ms. Misakian said, they're not under contract with the city to write grants. So we obtain our grants through our in-house grant manager, or our city engineer writes a lot of grants for us as part of his scope of services. Any grant writing assistance that Chriscom has provided has been just pro bono, as she mentioned. The bulk or the main priority that Chriscom has for the city is to develop relationships so that we're able to obtain legislation and budget earmarks to support the city's priority projects. And so I just want to make sure that there's clarification. They're not a grant writer for the city, and they haven't been as long as I've been the city manager. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Yeah, and I think Ms. Misaki and Mr. Joloyan made it very plain over the years I've been involved with the city manager, which has gone all the way back since they came on, and I voted for them when they first came on and appreciated everything they've done. And want to definitely end this phase on good terms with the Chriscom. But this is, again, to actually bring it back to what's really going on here is we are practicing financial planning. We're doing planning financially now. And this is a financial decision above all. This is $54,000 a year that we're looking at saving so that we can put it towards really very important expenditures, as Mayor Pro Tem Guerra said, such as light posts in the park, that we really need to get on right now and get that changed so we can have our kids and our adults being able to recreate in Shape Park. The agenda item's very clear. It is to terminate Chriscom. It has nothing to do with any other PR firm or any other lobbyist company at this time. Would the council be interested in engaging another lobbyist company? Maybe, but that's not the issue at hand tonight. We're deciding on a very specific issue, and that is whether or not to give Chriscom 30-day notice, which is in line with the provisions of a contract. And the reminder is that contracts do run for set periods of time, and they oftentimes get automatically renewed. So the terms are not quite as important sometimes as the termination clauses, right? And so you heard the city attorney say the termination clause states that you can get out of this contract, and the city can get out of this contract and terminate this contract at any time for any reason with a 30-day notice to Chriscom. So that is actually the specific matter that we are deciding on tonight. And if there are no more council comments at this time, I would call for a motion.
I have a question. From what I've heard,
I'm not calling for a motion, then we have a comment from a council member. Go ahead.
I'm just questioning my fellow colleagues, because from what I've been hearing is we've been hearing that there's concern of an impact because of our sales being low, but I think this contract was approved, and I think we have a yearly budget that we approve, so it's an approved budget item already. So I don't understand how it's gonna impact our budget if we're having low sales somewhere, because this is already a budget item that we've voted on. So where are we cutting them off because we're gonna save this money that we're gonna have, and then we're gonna spend it elsewhere? Is this where we're gonna amend our budget and add it somewhere? I'm just wanting to get some clarity as
Are
to.
you asking me?
I'm
I didn't-
asking
I didn't bring this
everybody.
topic up. The
Yeah,
council brought this topic up.
I'm asking everybody because from what I understand, from the way I see it is, municipal governments approve a contract and they go through budgets and they approve the budget because there's going to be an impact. It's going to cost $54,000 or what have you, an amount. So that yearly amount has already been factored in the budget. So I'm just grasping people saying there's impacts, there's people, we're not selling a lot. So I just want some clarity as to, okay, we're going to cut them off. This is going to save us money because we're losing money, or we're cutting them off because of what?
Well, like I mentioned, we have some emergency obligations that we still can't, to this day, we don't have a dollar amount. My understanding is it's going to cost quite a bit of money.
So if we don't have a dollar amount, how are we asking, just reaching out and just assuming that that's going to impact us? So we're going to get rid of somebody that actually could potentially, in the next 5 or 3 years, we have earmarks. The fire departments, we're building a fire department. They might bring us some money and we might be having fruits on that tree. So right now we're doing an assumption. We're terminating somebody because we have an assumption that we haven't got hard numbers. So we're going to terminate them.
No, I think we're terminating them so we have a certainty that we're going to save $4,500 a month, because I'd sign checks here and the money
Gonna
goes out,
save-
real money goes out of the bank account of the city and goes
So we're
to
going to
Griscom.
save $4,500 a month, but they can
Right.
go and add to the fire department, police department, maybe bring us up some earmarks for the future, or bring us some budgeted.
They could have added last year, but they didn't. See, the thing that I have,
You're saying
Councilman
maybe.
Trujillo, is, yeah, you're speculating.
Yeah.
I'm going on concrete facts, and the
You're-
fact is $4,500 a month.
You're going to
that
save
is going out. I'm
$4,500.
speaking $4,500 a month is going out of the city
Mr. Mayor,
general fund every month, and this will save that money. You're speculating that they will
with
bring
all
in some
res-
other money.
with
With
all
all
the
due
respect.
respect to you and your financial acumen, Councilman Trujillo, I respect what you're saying. I disagree.
I understand, and you have all right to disagree. I just want my colleagues to understand that what we're saying is that we're going to get rid of $4,500 of an expenditure for someone to go lobby to the state and federal level for our fire department, police department, public works department, that they could probably bear fruit to our budget and add to us that's a risk that we in business do to accommodate our city, to bring us more money, more revenue. So I plead to my council members to see if we're going to terminate $4,500 per month and we're going to lose potential revenue. And if you're going to be that way, then understand that. But there's a possibility that they could bring us more revenue by going and advocating for our fire department, police department, public works that will help our city. And I just don't think that people are really taking
I totally get it. And just to look at
And
the
I'm not-
broader
I'm-
picture,
Thank
we're
you.
not done yet. We're into financial planning on this, this council. So we're going to be looking for savings in many areas. So is there a motion on this item?
I'll make a motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, and this is a motion to terminate the contract with Griscom effective 30 days from tonight. Would you call the roll, please?
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra,
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera,
Yes.
Councilmember Avalos,
Yes, as long as they
Council-
come back, yes.
Councilmember Trujillo,
No.
Mayor Robertson.
Yes. Okay, motion passes. Item 4.2, report and recommendation, consideration of an amended fiscal year 2024-2025 budget at mid-year, allowing for the additional revenues and expenditures pertaining to the various city departments.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Our finance manager, Heather Bonilla, is online to kick off our presentation, which is going to involve all of our department heads that have mid-year budget revisions. So, Ms. Bonilla, take it away.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'd like to present to you the PowerPoint as soon as Riley's able to get that going. Thank you.
By the way, really quick, Heather, the reason that she's not here today is that she and our senior accountant are at a conference at CSMFO relating to the Municipal Finance Officers Association. So that's why they're joining us remotely.
Yes, thank you. So here we have the PowerPoint presentation for the fiscal year 2024-2025 mid-year budget revision for the city. As this is effective, this review is up to December 31st of 2024. And on the agenda for this PowerPoint, we're going over primary goals as well as the general fund mid-year, again, as of 12/31/2024. Mid-year budget proposed items from those associated departments, the anticipated timeline, and then we'll wrap up with our conclusion. Next slide, thank you. Our primary goals with this mid-year budget presentation is first to maintain fiscal responsibility, then support essential city services and priorities, as well as identify and address budget variances and promote transparency. So here we have the snapshot of our revenues as pertaining to the general fund, again, as of December 31st of this past year. And as you can see, we are at a 40% budget rate. However, this is, I want to say, 4% higher than this time last fiscal year. And keep in mind that we will still receive revenue once the fiscal year closes, usually a month or two outside of that, and then we still can accrue for this fiscal year. Thank you. Our expenditures were seem to be in line at half, 53%. And here you can see a snapshot of the general fund expenditures, same time frame, December 31st, 2024, for all of the general fund departments. Next slide, please. Just an overview of general fund budget revisions. We have an increase request for really untapped revenue sources that were located for this fiscal year. And this is pertaining to State of California SB 90 claims, and where we're able to recoup for the last 2 fiscal years over $80,000. So this would be an increase of revenue for the general fund. We also have the more recent conference that council requested to attend for the ICSC conference. And to attend that, there's an added cost there. And then we have, for our recreation department, there's a special event request, an increase of $3,000 for that. Next slide, please. And then we have our fire department budget revisions. I will hand that over to our chief to give you an overview for that.
Thank you, Heather. Mayor and council, I have a few items to go over here, and we'll start at the beginning. The first item is from Department 2500, which is our fire administration department. The first expenditure is an adjustment related to our battalion chief retitle, which was a result of the compensation and classification study that happened last year. You can see that there was the battalion chief retitle and command upfitting, which included the new decals for our vehicles going from division chief to battalion chief. The next item is from Department 2500 as well, and that Fund 111, which is our equipment replacement fund. The first item is a revenue from our instructional services agreement, which is between the city and Fresno City College. That revenue is generated from the training being performed by our staff. And the result of that revenue, it was utilized for Pinnacle Training, which does our NFPA physicals for our firefighters and our cancer screening that we do annually, and that resulted in an expenditure of $18,018. Both of those items we bring at mid-year instead of part of the operating budget because there's a variable in the revenue that's generated, and the physicals and cancer screening are an actual elective for our employees, so we don't know the number of participants until that is completed. The next item is out of 2525, which is our fire operations department. The first expenditure is, again, part of our battalion chief retitle of $50. And then you see a auto service repairs of $55,443. That is representative of us utilizing outside fleet services. That is a collection of both Fresno County Fire, their fleet services, as well as Fire Apparatus Solutions, which is the fleet services component of the company that builds our fire apparatus. And this year we saw a significant increase in repair costs, as well as additional maintenance services utilized by them. The next items are on the following page, which is Department 2550, which is our fire prevention department. Expenditures there, fire inspection software. That is the annual software agreement for Streamline, which is utilized for our business inspections. That was an oversight at the budget adoption and wasn't included initially. Next item is out of Fund 459, which is the fund for the new fire station project, which holds the $4.5 million that was received as a state earmark from Senator Hurtado's office. On there, you'll see an expenditure adjustment for professional services for the fire station design. That is a transfer. That $700,000 was originally budgeted in the ambulance fund, Fund 600. And so we are establishing a budget in Fund 459. Again, that is from the revenue from that earmark. And so the next line there, you'll see a reduction of expenditures of $700,000 from Fund 600, Department 2600. And then the last item that I have is from Department 2500 again, which is fire administration. And this is in Fund 239, which is FEMA fire grant. On there, you'll see an expenditure of $89,706.20. The revenue for that fund was from an AFG grant from 2021. The expenditure for that grant was originally awarded for a SCBA compressor trailer, and we rewrote that grant to better suit, or I'm sorry, we amended the grant award to better suit our needs and procured a static SCBA compressor. And with the additional funding, we were able to purchase a oxygen compressor that was partially funded through that AFG grant, with the remaining balance of the amended project, which was $35,000. And then the remainder of that expense was covered through our ambulance fund, which will be reclassed. And that was adopted this fiscal year, which was a budget of $60,000. And that concludes my report.
Chief, I just have a quick question. What's our balance in the ambulance fund?
I would have to defer that question to Heather, possibly the city manager. Are you able to give an exact number?
Yeah, I mean, off the top of my head, it's roughly $3 million, if I'm not mistaken. But based on the most current trial balance that we can confirm that and give you an update.
Any other questions for the fire chief? Any other questions tonight for the fire chief? All right, with that, Public Works.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. So I only have a few items here. Starting with Department 5300, my Public Works Parks Department. The first item you see is a uniform allowance increase of $8,000. Part of that is part of our new contract with Centos also includes the regular weekly monitoring of our first aid kits at all the city buildings around the city and the replenishing of the items that are taken from those kits throughout the months. And then also we upgraded the uniforms. We had to go with a OSHA high visibility, high stripe uniform that's now required by OSHA in lieu of safety vests. So that's the increase for the uniform allowance. The reason, and we'll show you on the next slide when we get to it, the majority of my employees are currently classified parks. So you'll see a uniform allowance for on the next for my streets department, but the 8,000 is because the majority of those guys are classified parks department. The next item I have is maintenance repairs for my parks department. In the last 6 months, we've seen numerous issues at the parks that we've had to deal with, not to mention the lights that we'll talk about later, but repairs to sprinklers, timer systems. We've had to add some sprinklers, and so we've had to trench in new pipe to areas that weren't getting proper watering. So the maintenance and repairs is an increase in that fund for me to continue for the fiscal year with the maintenance we're doing currently. The $250 on the next item for the rental equipment, we've had some unforeseen pieces of equipment for parks that we've had to rent, mainly a stump grinder to remove some of the trees that are heaving our sidewalks. That wasn't allocated in the original fiscal budget, so I needed an increase to cover me for the rest of the fiscal year for that one. Training and education, I have a lot of training that still needs to be done per OSHA. And I'm working on that. The budget that we had put in originally, there have been new regulations brought forward from the state of California and from OSHA that are requiring more training for my guys that are in that department. So the increase of 3,000 is to continue the training for those department people. The Massey Ferguson out of 5,400, 214 Measure C funds, that was approved through resolution with the council to take that money from Measure C. I don't have the exact date of that staff report or that meeting, but it was approved to come out of Measure C funds. That tractor's been purchased. You've probably already seen it out mowing along Golden State Boulevard. So that would be the $65,114.69. Continuing on for Department 5400, which is my street maintenance department. You see salaries overtime adjustments of 2,500. The main reason for that is the events that we're covering, mainly the legacy events. There's a lot of time that's going into paying overtime for employees to staff those events, to go out and move assets around and set them up, take them down. So the increase of that is to cover for the rest of the fiscal. Callback overtime, the $1,000 increase in that is we have had, as you know, a couple of significant rainstorms. When we have those rainstorms, we have to bring in staff, sometimes multiple members of staff, to go around and regulate our pumps that are pumping currently out of our drainage system into CID's canals. We have to make sure that there's not trash blocking them. And so the callback overtime for those events has increased significantly this year. The on-call, that is per the new MOU that was agreed to by the city. All of my staff members will be a week of on-call, and that on-call requires the city to compensate those employees a certain amount per day. And so that is something that's just recently been resolved and agreed to. And so that increase for on-call is needed to cover for the rest of the fiscal year. Back to the uniform allowance, this is the 2,000 for increase in the uniforms with the high visibility stripes per Cal OSHA and Caltrans. And again, the reason for the significant difference between parks and streets, I only have 3 guys currently that are streets department. We don't take too much, don't take that to heart too much. We all get the work done, so. Maintenance and repairs, we have obviously significant maintenance repairs that we've done and have to continue doing. We are still finding a lot of issues with the storm drain system and some of our assets that need to be abandoned that we're working on getting abandoned for safety reasons and liability. The maintenance repairs, we've eaten through quite a bit of that budget this year. Doing the maintenance that we have around the city, and that's an increase to carry on also through the end of the fiscal budget year. Building repairs is 1,500. That is for numerous buildings that we have been working on, continue to work on, which also includes the dog shelter. We've spent a lot of money on that facility as well, but still continuing to do upgrades to the senior center, Salazar, and the fire departments. Rental equipment, the $10,000 on that, there's a couple of reasons why that's so high. One of the reasons is, as the council knows, we had to take our boom truck, which we do a lot of our work around the town. We had to have that put in the shop. During that time, we had to rent equipment to try to get the work done that needed to be done, mainly around the Santa Claus event and Christmas events. So that increase will also bring me up to where I can get through the rest of the fiscal for that. Membership dues and subscriptions, we do have new members of Public Works Streets Department, and we need to get them signed up with APWA and the other groups that our department is associated and affiliated with for continued education and training for those employees. And that's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Who's up next?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to present to you now the mid-year review for the master salary update and the MOU that was recently approved by council. As you can see, the expenditures, the total impact to the various funds, the greatest being the general fund, and the other affected funds being streets, the ACT program, Measure S, ambulance service, transit, fleet management, building and utility, as well as data processing.
So just to be clear, Council, these numbers are a combination of both the class and compensation study that was approved recently, as well as the newly approved MOUs with the various bargaining units and labor unions. Go ahead, Heather.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The next we see the impact to the ISF funds in regard to fleet management. And as it breaks down, the revenue offsets the expenditures because this should be a zero balance in the end. And with that, we have the expenditures, we have the COLA adjustments, as well as salaries, overtime, supplies, uniform expenses, retitle of the vehicle uplifting, and auto service towing. Next slide, please. Thank you. Next, we see the impact to ISF with in regard to building and maintenance. Again, the revenue offsets the expenditures. And here we have the master salary schedule listed first for the COLA adjustments, the salaries overtime, the callback overtime, also on call, uniform allowances, additional supplies, uniform expense, maintenance repairs, and building repairs. Here we have the impact to ISF in regard to data processing, also zeroing out in regard to revenue and expenditures with the COLA, the Tyler ERP Pro 10 conversion, as well as the OpenGov, our budgeting software. The impact to the general fund, once again, the untapped revenue sources that we discovered with the state of California to increase revenue in regards to the police department. And that really pertains to the various types of citations that we apply for and can get reimbursed revenue for. The ICSC conference, the council wanted to attend the recreation special event, fire administration operations and prevention, as well as public works in regard to parks and the general fund impact in regard to the master salary update and MOU COLA and that internal service funds. The impact to equipment replacement fund that nets at just over 2,400 or $2,400. The streets and construction maintenance, can't see the whole thing. We have a majority going to streets, public works streets, and then we have the master salary schedule, internal service funds for street construction and maintenance. Impact to Measure C, we have the Massey Ferguson tractor equipment expense. The impact to FEMA fire grant, as Chief explained, for that oxygen compressor reclassification, and the impact to the ACT program in regard to the COLA master salary and internal fleet. Next slide, please. Impact to Measure S, being the impact from the master salary schedule, and impact to do fire station project fund that entails that reclassification that's Chief mentioned in regard to the impact to the ambulance fund. We see it going out and coming back in to the other funds, and then as well as the master salary update and internal service fleet and data processing. Impact to Pioneer Village Fund, we see the internal service building and maintenance. Impact to Transit Service Fund, we see that it's the master salary update. And the impact to cultural arts funds, we have the internal charges for building and data processing. And then next we have the anticipated timeline for moving forward with the annual budget, February being the 2025 and 2026 budget meetings with staff and city manager. Then we go to March for the same fiscal year to conduct our city council budget workshops. And moving forward to April, where we will still continue to have those budget workshops. And in May, having anticipated draft budget presentation for council. And then in June to have the final budget adopted. That will conclude our presentation, and I would like to thank the finance staff. They worked diligently, we all did together, and we are a great team. I appreciate the PowerPoint presentation that was put together as a team, and that concludes this.
Thanks very much for
Thank
the
you, Heather.
report.
I have a quick question. What's the balance on the general fund?
That was reflected in one of the slides.
Showed a negative.
We didn't actually show the balance. Heather, do you have that handy? And while she's pulling that up, Councilmember Guerra or Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, we confirmed that the balance in the ambulance fund, is in $7 million currently. We did receive a, revenue of about $4 million, in January, which is why that balance changed from 3 million to 7 million. But we will confirm the general fund balance here shortly.
It will take me a moment to review that balance. I am unable to connect to.
In the meantime, Deputy City Manager, have we made any progress on those numbers that we asked you for during closed session tonight? Speaking of finances.
I have the numbers. Obviously, those are for an agenda item further on the agenda. In terms of expenditures for engineering costs for the contract for Yamabe and Horn, if it's appropriate to give those numbers at this time, I can. Fiscal year 23-24 was approximately 1.5 million.
Okay.
Current fiscal year 24-25 is about 1.3 million.
Got it. So up to the current day, it's 1.3 million.
Through current billing through January.
Which was not all.
January 31st or January 1?
24 or 20?
Through January 1 or January 31st?
Through January 31st.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, that was general fund expenditures?
That was total
Total.
expenditures.
That was
then-
total paid for engineering work, correct?
And then.
That would be not, pardon me, City Manager, so that would not just be Yamabe and Horn, that would also be QK,
No, that was just
just Yamabe and Horn.
Yes.
Got it. And those percentages that you gave us in our report, those stand? Is that correct? Okay. Thank you for that.
So out of the 1.2 million, how much of that was general fund? $140,000 out of the general fund. Everything else was grants and
Other things were like
Reimbursable.
DDBG grants, CMAC, Measure C, various other funds.
Okay, thank you.
And it looked like about 1/5, just roughly, would be what Yamabe and Horn charged the city of both of those. One was 83%, one was 80% or something like that. I haven't really run the exact numbers yet, but is that a pretty rough estimate of the split?
Correct. As
Okay.
stated in the staff report on the future agenda item, between the two fiscal years, it runs between about 83, 86%.
Got it.
That is non-general fund dollars.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, the current balance in the general fund is 11.8 million roughly.
Anybody with any comments on the council before we open it up to the public? Anybody from the public with a comment about the financials? Come on up.
Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. This is confusing. Is this for the year? Is this for quarterly? What is this? Because I'm looking at, for example, the animal services, 185,200, and then I see it down here, 518,721. So is that salaries? Is that the actual supplies for the animals? What's going on there?
The animals, are you looking at the revenue page on the general fund?
As of 12/31/2024, I'm looking at that. And then I see, it says, and also city manager, 53,250, but then somewhere I saw 671,000, I can't find it right now.
Under expenditures.
That's why, this is confusing, really confusing.
Expenditures, adoption.
So
Look at the
that's my questions, and then,
Expenditures.
I don't know, but, also, can we have like a detail under there to say specifically what it's for, like seniors, senior center nutrition, okay, we know that's food, but senior citizens, 124,931, what is that for? You know, this doesn't really tell me what our expenses are for specifically. And it would really be good to see, like in the bottom, have a detail. But that's what's throwing me off right now. I'm seeing animal services, animal services.
On the audited financials, you get the detail in the footnotes.
Oh, okay.
These are not audited financials. I
Oh.
believe the audited financials are coming to the city council. Is it the next meeting for Mr. Jolly?
Either the next meeting or the one after that, yes.
Let's hope it's the next meeting.
Okay.
Well, and also, Ms. Ramirez, I think if you, so we have an adopted budget book that has all the line items that make up all the total proposed expenditures. And so if you're interested in seeing where these numbers, how these numbers are made up, you'll
Right.
see supplies, programs,
That's what I
events.
wanna
So if you look at the budget book that's posted on the city's website, that's where you'll find that information.
That's what I'm looking at right now on my
Gotcha.
phone.
Okay.
So if you look at the revenues, I mean, just what we just did, the last really tough agenda item, it's, you can see where our trending, our revenues are trending down, quite frankly. They're going from 22,230,000 to 19,275,000. So we really have to be wary of our finances and really have to manage those finances. It's not because we want to let people go or firms go, but it's because we're fiduciaries and we have to practice oversight and do the right thing financially for our citizens here.
And then also like the animal services, I know that there's a couple of positions open. Are we still gonna are we still aiming at the same position titles and the pay? Is that gonna change to, get some people that, because I know they have all these fancy titles and this big salaries.
I cut you off, so your time, but your
sorry.
time is up, but thank you. And I don't think we're talking about the animal services right now, but
Oh,
the
okay.
advisory committee earlier, I
Oh,
think they're gonna come
gotcha.
back with a report
Okay.
to the to the city council. Just a question, just to follow up, on the status of the audited financials for 23-24. The reason I say that is it'd be nice to have a roadmap. We've had 22-23 financials, but we're looking for 23-24. I think that will give us a little more of a picture. I think that'd be effective. Also, what I would ask is if we could get a current accounting. I don't know if Mr. Jolly could do that, or if our in-house people could do it, or Price Page, who's been doing a lot of the finance work for the city. They charge about 10 grand a month or something for accounting. And what I would like is a current accounting. I just like, current revenue from 7/1/24 to the current date, for how much money the city's brought in. And then I'd like to see how much money the city has paid out in expenses, current account. I don't need to get into the accounting and capitalization and depreciation of the assets, but just something simple.
You're just talking about a revenue expenditure report.
That's it, a
since-
revenue
Yeah,
expenditure.
and I get those every month. I can share from 7/1, you said from the beginning of the fiscal year.
Yes.
Okay, absolutely. We'll
Great.
send that out.
And then if we could also see where we are in the reserve, I'd like to know how much we paid out of our reserve. I'd like to know how much of our reserve we still have.
Well, the general fund balance would be the reserve.
Oh, so that 20% is included in the cash balance of the
Correct.
general fund. Got it.
Mhm.
Thank you. Is it too much to ask to get that at the next meeting?
Yeah, we can send it out via email prior to the next meeting.
Oh, great.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
We'll look for that. Thank you, city manager.
No problem.
I'm sorry, do we have a question from the public? Another issue? Question? Clarification?
This is speaking of the finances. Did they ever hire a finance director? Speaking of all the finances?
Is Ms. Bonilla the finance director, city manager?
No, Ms. Bonilla is the finance manager. The finance director position is still vacant.
Okay, and then also you brought up Jolly. Did he ever answer your questions in the email that you requested? He was paid, what, $47,000? Did he receive his check? And did you guys ever get those emails on the questions you asked last time?
I'll put it this way. it was 48,000 paid to Mr. Jolly for his audited financial. And no, I never received any other further communications from Mr. Jolly after the last time he came on record and delivered the financial audit for 22-23. So I'm looking forward to seeing Mr. Jolly again in front of our city council.
With that said, thank you guys very much for looking at the finances and trying to be thorough with this and getting the accurate numbers instead of just trying to go without any knowledge of the financials. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment? Anybody online or on the phone? Okay, we'll bring the matter back to the council. I thank the finance department very much. Thank you, city manager. Thank you, deputy city manager. Thank you, department heads, for your explanation tonight of the additional expenditures, the additional pressure on the budget. I think it just shows what we've had to do and why we have to execute proper financial planning for our city. That was a discussion item. So our next item is going to be item 4.3.
Oh, Mayor, that was an action item.
Oh, okay. Is there a motion to approve the 2024-2025 budget at mid-year, allowing for additional revenues and expenditures pertaining to the various city departments?
I'll make a motion to.
Is there a second? Okay. Call the roll, please.
Councilmember Avalos?
Aye.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes. Moving on, item 4.3, report and recommendation, sale of Nelson and McCall property. City Attorney.
Mayor, members of the council, as the staff report points out, there are potentially numerous laws that you would have to comply with in order to make a sale of city-owned property. But the one primary hurdle is getting past what is referred to as the Surplus Land Act. This is something you heard literally nothing about until about 2024, 2023. I'm not sure which it was. And that's when the legislator added to it a great deal in an effort to require you to allow sales of your surplus property for the purpose of establishing affordable housing. So they've went through this rarely used law prior to 2023 or 2024, and they've added to it so that if you just look at the definitions section of this statute, it runs on for 17 pages. So the bottom line is, to comply with this act, you need to declare something either surplus land or exempt surplus land. And there are a myriad of exemptions. But the most important part about the Surplus Land Act is that in section 54226, subdivision C, it says no provision of this article shall apply where it conflicts with any other provision of any other statute. And the reason it's like that is because in the Constitution, it basically says the city can sell any real property it owns for the common good. And anything that's in the Constitution necessarily overrides what's in statutes. But in California, we routinely adopt statutes that mimic what's in the Constitution. So in the statutes, you've got Government Code Section 37350, which says a city may purchase, receive, hold, and enjoy real estate and dispose of real estate and control it for the common good. And that is really the only limitation on you. You do want to go through the motions and comply with the Surplus Land Act? But you can do that by conforming to a completely different statute, while at the same time finding an exemption from the Surplus Land Act and serving what we'll talk about in a moment on various governmental entities. Okay, so under the Surplus Land Act, you don't have to declare it surplus land. You don't have to go through this process of notifying certain entities out there that you intend to sell, if you can find that it is exempt. And anything that you sell pursuant to an open competitive solicitation is exempt. When you list a piece of property for sale, that's an open competitive solicitation, because it's published out there in the public. And of course, to do that, you need to adhere to a different process. So what you do is you adopt a resolution of intention to sell the property. And you give 10 days public notice of that by publishing it in the newspaper. You post it at the location where you're going to sell property for 10 days, and you post it at 3 other conspicuous locations before you adopt the resolution. And you declare the property exempt because you're conforming to a different statutory procedure that allows you to engage in an open competitive solicitation. This property, and a lot of, whether you can be exempt from the Surplus Land Act depends a great deal on what you're using the land for. If you were to sell this place, City Hall, you would have to jump through a lot of hoops. What we're talking about selling is a 5-acre vacant lot on the corner of McCall and Nelson. I don't know yet what the zoning is of that property, but since it's next to commercial property, I suspect that it's commercial. It really doesn't matter. What matters is that it is vacant. You haven't used it for any purpose, and therefore you haven't dedicated it to any particular use, regardless of the reasons for which you bought it. So you can definitely find that property is exempt from the Surplus Land Act. There are other provisions that require your planning commission to evaluate whether or not what you're going to sell conforms to your general plan. That would be the case if, for example, you tried to sell City Hall, because City Hall is in your general plan, which was adopted in 2010. It's not, this property, this vacant lot out on Nelson and McCall can't possibly be addressed in any manner specific to the city or city ownership in the general plan, because you purchased it long after the general plan was adopted. So there can't possibly be a conflict in there. Because it's not unimproved property, the sale of it does not involve a physical impact to the environment. You're not changing anything about the physical environment. You're selling a vacant lot, period. So you can do that. And all you really need to comply with is, like I say, find that it is exempt under the provisions of the Surplus Land Act from that act, and proceed to adopt, after a public hearing that is properly noticed, a notice of intention to sell that property. You don't even have to specify the price at which you're going to sell it. You just have to announce in a resolution, after giving notice, that that is your intention, to sell it, and to sell it for market value. You purchased this property, I think, less than a year ago, perhaps. You purchased it for $1.6 million. If you look at that area out there, that sale is going to determine fair market value, because it's really going to be the only truly comparable sale. So if you are getting $1.6 million on the sale, it'd be very hard to say that you need an appraisal to demonstrate that you're not making a gift of public funds. If you needed an appraisal, you should have gotten that when you purchased it. That would have been the point at which you would have wanted to determine that you're making a gift of public funds. There's no requirement that you do that. And if you simply go to a reputable broker, ask them to list it, tell them what you paid for it, they will tell you what the real property in your area has appreciated to in the course of that year. And if you're like anybody else who's trying to sell real property, you're going to add to that amount a little bit. Try to get as much as you can out of it. But all you have to do is adopt that one resolution. We intend to sell it. People are entitled to come in here and protest that. And you have to deal with those protests, whether they're oral or written. And unless you overrule those protests, which you're entitled to do, by a 4/5 vote, those protests can stop you from proceeding in that fashion.
How many protests would stop the?
Any
sale?
protest, any protest.
Even one protest?
Any protest that you don't overrule. But you have virtually complete, unfettered discretion to overrule any protest.
With a 4/5 vote.
By a 4/5 vote. If you don't overrule it by a 4/5 vote, you can't use that procedure again for 6 months unless you put it out to a special election.
Okay.
There are other procedures out there by which you can sell property in light of the, I'll call it strengthening of the Surplus Land Act, and my concern about, conforming to this desire of the state to ensure that we're letting people know who are engaged in construction of affordable housing to comply with that in spirit. What I would suggest we do is we adopt you publish the appropriate public notice. You publish that in the newspaper. You post it in the places you're supposed to post it, but you should also take that and provide a copy to HCD, who will provide in turn a copy, excuse me, to all of the people that are engaged in that activity that have registered with HCD. So you'll take care of that notification. You want to also provide it to all of your surrounding public entities so that they know.
Okay. So then for future agenda items, it would be to adopt a resolution of intention to sell.
Right. And that's the way you do it. I need to get a little bit more information about about what this property is.
Okay.
Character and those sorts of things. Zoning in particular. Zone residential, then I've got to make extra sure. Covering out.
Okay.
It may take, beyond the next meeting. It'll probably be the meeting after that you're able to get all those publications. But at your second meeting in March, we should be able to. Property, if that's your desire.
Got it. Okay, so this is just a discussion item, but the actual motion to sell it will have to occur at the future agenda item that city attorney is going to research. Do we have any discussion before we open this matter up to the public? Okay. Any public comment on this matter? Anybody on the phone or online?
Mayor Robertson, I see no hands at this time.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll bring the matter back. Again, this is a discussion item, so we will now move on to our next item, 4.4, report and recommendation, consideration and necessary action on determination of location within Veterans Plaza for a memorial purchased by American Legion and to fix a publicly accessible location for retiring worn American flags.
Good evening again, Mayor and Council. At the February 3rd meeting, it was requested by Mayor Pro Tem Guerra that this item be brought before you for consideration tonight. The staff report identifies that a previous memorandum of understanding had been entered into with the American Legion regarding some of the improvements made at Veterans Plaza that identified ongoing maintenance and landscaping obligations for those assets that were installed at Veterans Plaza. Staff has been in contact with representation with the local American Legion and had discussions regarding the memorial installation. The original plan was submitted to the city in October 2024 for review through the building department. Upon receipt of that in the building department, staff reviewed the proposal, provide comments back to the American Legion regarding some concerns with the site plan as it was drawn to scale and some of the features actually present in Veterans Plaza, but some of the concern wasn't necessarily with the monuments itself. It was preservation of the use of the plaza for other events such as the Christmas tree installation and Santa Claus's arrival. So staff voiced those concerns to the American Legion, and we've been trying to touch base with their representation to have further discussion. I myself went out to Veterans Plaza and had an ongoing discussion with them about some of the concerns from staff. Staff views the memorials as important to the community. Again, we don't take things like this lightly. We appreciate, the service and remembering our fallen veterans as we should. However, the use of the plaza itself with 7-foot tall monuments, we just want to ensure usability, visibility of, various parts of the plaza to people with handicap, children, and things of that nature. So staff proposed an alternate location for the monuments closer to the handicap ramps. It may require some additional improvement to the plaza for lighting, but it was a consideration in terms of use of the plaza itself. For the installation of a publicly accessible retired flag box, staff had proposed a location at the senior center for that installation due to accessibility concerns at City Hall. But again, these are items that we've had discussions with the American Legion. Staff appreciates their contributions to the community, as well as bringing these items to us, because again, we do feel that veterans should be honored in the community, because that is very important.
I would add to Deputy City Manager's report. Thank you for the report, Mr. Keen. It was also suggested, and I think the police chief had agreed to be open to placing the flag receptacle at the police department in an area that wouldn't obstruct the sidewalk or accessibility areas, which was the original issue why we determined that placement in front of City Hall would not work, just because the sidewalk is too narrow there, and I think we've already got too many impediments to the accessibility of that sidewalk. But the police department, not only because of it being law enforcement, but because of the greater space, senior center being located also next to the Veterans Plaza, or in proximity to the Veterans Plaza, makes a lot of sense. I think the American Legion was opposed to that, and so I think the compromise was proposed for the police department. But anyway, that just to add to Deputy City Manager's report.
Great, thank you. With that, we'll ask for council comments before we ask the American Legion representatives here tonight. We have the commander and deputy commander here. Would you like to step up and let us know your thoughts on this matter?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Thank you for giving us the time tonight to speak in regards to these two items. Again, my name is Armando Guerra. I am the first vice for the American Legion Selma Post 12. I'm here with our commander, Ernie Escalera. I'm going to address the item of the flag retirement drop box. We were going to bring the box here, but I'm going to describe it to you if you can put it in your mind. What we're looking at is a mail drop box. If you go to the post office and you have the old metal container drop box, that's what we're looking at. So we purchased this drop box. It's an updated drop box. It's not a large metal container. It's an upgraded container. It is wrapped with the branches of service. It also has the city logo in front of it. So we spent a lot of money on this. To give you a little bit of history of the process of the flag retirement, for cities that don't have a veterans group such as the American Legion, usually those retired flags are dropped off at a city hall, fire department, or police department. But the city of Selma is fortunate enough to have us to take care of that. So an example would be the city of Clovis. The city of Clovis, if you go to their Veterans Memorial Building, there's a box out there. If any of you have seen that, it's exactly the same type of box that we're presenting. So the location that we asked for was for something that could be accessible 24/7, 7 days a week. Again, the area that we asked for at City Hall obviously wasn't ADA compliant. And we appreciate the police department accepting a proposal to put it in front of the police department so it would be safe for citizens. Citizens would feel comfortable dropping off their retired flag there. I want to make a note that in no way do we want to infringe our box on the memorial for Officer Gonzalo Carrasco. So wherever the decision is made, apparently there was a decision made, but we were never informed of that decision. If the decision is at the police station, we're happy to have that. What we're looking for is all we're looking for is just determination of a location. All that it would take to install this box is 4 bolts in the ground in concrete, lock them with bolts, and that's it. We would like to know if that's the case, that if it's at the police station, when can we get this done? We are asking for city staff or the city's yard crew, if they could go out and install this. If there's any cost incurred, let us know. We're, again, we like to be partners with the city. We appreciate the partnership that we've had with the city. Other than that, if the council has any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer.
Any questions for Vice Commander Guerra? I got a question. How often do you check the flag box to remove the flags?
Good question. To give you an example, we have monthly meetings at the Portuguese Hall. We don't have a per se brick and mortar post. That's one thing that we're going to work on. So at our meetings, if somebody wants to drop off a retired flag, they can take it to our meeting. It's posted. What happens sometimes is the commander will go over, he'll get a call from the Portuguese Hall and state that there's a bag of flags hanging on the fence. It's no problem. We take care of that. That was one of the reasons why we wanted to get this drop box. The other option was they would drop off flags at the commander's residence or at the residence of some of our members, and we had no problem taking care of that. I'd also like to note that we work in conjunction with the local Boy Scout troop that we make a donation to. We collect the flags. If we had that box, we could go check the box once a week, twice a week. We get those flags, we turn it over to the troop, and they respectfully retire those flags.
How do they retire those flags? What do they do with them?
There's a process, depending on material. I was just reading up on that. Nylon material, I guess the chief would address that. It's not good to burn nylon as far as the chemicals being released. So there's a different process for that. But what it is the flags are burned, and there's a ceremony that takes place, and the Boy Scout troop does that for us.
Right. And then my final question, how do you how do you get the word out that that's where you take your flags?
It's posted on our website,
Okay.
but again, like I said, if it's put in front of the police station, we'll post that, update that, and we hope that the citizens use that.
Council have any questions? Vice Commander?
Yeah, now, let me ask you a question. You have any plans where to, more or less where to put it? Is it right next, in the back, or in the side, or?
That's what we're asking the
I
city
mean, if
staff
they're
and council
without-
to direct us.
When I say, without
Direction.
interference with anything else.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think the idea was near the entrance, near the front entrance, to the right, so it doesn't obstruct the doors. There's plenty of concrete there, and it would be basically opposite of the Gonzalo Carrasco Memorial.
And then will Public Works actually install it? Can they affix the bolts, or it's on public land?
We'd be happy to do that.
So then we're just looking for a resolution as to when can this box be installed?
Yeah, I mean, we can, if the American Legion wants to get in touch with Director Hahn to coordinate that installation, as soon as the council makes the approval, then we can move forward.
I have Director Hahn's information. I'll get in contact with him, and then whenever it's ready, we have the box. It's been in the garage for a while, but we'll drop it off and get that installed. We appreciate that.
Great, thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to Commander Escalera, and he's going to address the memorial.
And after the commanders talk, we'll open it up to the public.
Good evening, council. My name is Arnie Escalera. I'm the commander of Post 12, American Legion. I'm here today. I've been in talks with the city manager and Jerome, also his assistant, on the KIA wall. The memorials that are going up in our plaza, for a lot of citizens don't know, it's our members came together. It's actually been we've been doing research on it. So it took over 7 years to get the names that are going on there. It's our KA wall of Selma. It's citizens of Selma that went to war and never came home. And they'll cover World War I, World War II, and Vietnam and Korea. And we're in the works right now. We had a meeting officially with the city manager. But now we're at a standstill where where we're at with the placement of the memorial. And I'm just here, what needs to be done to get these memorials in the ground. We had a timeline that we were working on. We wanted to get it done in November, but we're willing to work with the city. Our American Legion is fully funding the project. I'm just here to get some direction on how can we get this project done. Do you have any questions for me?
Great, thank you. So what's the delay?
Right now, I've met with the assistant, Jerome. The placement of the memorials themselves. Like I said, I talked to him. We went to the Plaza, physically looked and showed him where we want them. And everything out there in that memorial is, it's just not out there. Everything's aligned, military aligned. Everything's measured. If you go out there with a measuring stick, everything out there is measured. I mean, everything's in alignment. And Jerome, we spoke out there the last time. They want to push back and that's going to cost us more money to break into the concrete to put the lighting. Our original meeting we had with the city manager, we were going to do the lighting off the other memorials there because it's all going to be aligned. If we go with Jerome's suggestion or the city's suggestion, it's gonna cost us more, and we're gonna have to do more plans for the base. Because that's the foundation for the memorial. That's what we're waiting on right now, on just the placement of that. I try to explain to him why we're doing it, and we're at a standstill at that.
Was this approved before? I mean, did you have approval from the city to put in the previous position and it changed, or what's going on?
I spoke to the city manager several months ago. Everybody in that meeting was, we had the contractor there. We had everybody that was involved that was going to be there. This project was there. I gave a copy to the city manager. I have here picture exactly where the memorials from Bell Memorial. And everything was approved. He was okay with it. So we're waiting on his decision to where exactly. But he said we were told we had members there from the American Legion. City engineer was also there. We thought we were okay to go move forward for this project, but I'm now dealing with Jerome, his assistant, which he's now getting up to speed what was going on. So now all of a sudden we're here with where they want them at. I didn't understand what changed, but Jerome tried to explain that to me, and I tried to explain that what our issue is, where we want them out there.
Got it. So Deputy City Manager Keene is the one who's taken stewardship of this project at this point. And if I'm understanding correctly, you had approval for the previous location, at least informally.
We believe so when we showed him the actual photos, and he actually told us that they didn't see any problem in where they were going to be at. So we were under the assumption that everything was good. We got a green light on this project.
Well, if I may, I recall it a little bit differently. So I don't have, it's not my job to approve site plans and things like that. What I had communicated was, and I think the city engineer also was part of that conversation, was that it needed to go through the encroachment permit process. The process that we normally go through in the city whenever there's any construction taking place on any city right-of-way. And I don't review those. It goes through the engineering, community development department. From the, really rough photos and plans that you showed me, I didn't review them from an engineering perspective. Once it got to the community development department, then they're responsible for issuing their approval. So there was never a green light from me because that's just not my purview. And so it was always communicated that it would have to go through the normal encroachment permit process as any other type of project goes on city right-of-way. So that is what I recall. I think the concern, and correct me if I'm wrong, Deputy City Manager, with the proposed placement that the American Legion is proposing, it would cause issues with the use of the plaza, primarily in front of the amphitheater stage and the steps. And so if, I mean, they're significantly large. They're significantly large monuments, right? 7 feet tall, and I think you wanted to put two of them, right?
There are two different monuments. Yes.
Two different monuments. And so, you know, I think that was between the city engineer, deputy city manager, and the American Legion. I think after that initial conversation, I kind of stepped back from it and let the process take its, take its place. So that's kind of where we're at right now.
So, I mean, is there a life safety issue if the memorial is put, what is it, 2 feet ahead of where it was supposed? You want it 2
It's
feet
not
back?
2 feet, it's moving them back. So if you're familiar with Veterans Plaza, there's the existing statues that are out there.
Yeah.
Then there's the existing circle of brick within the plaza with, I guess they kind of look like spokes going out, right? And so the American Legion wants to preserve some of that symmetry in keeping them along the spokes. Part of that would be reusing some of the areas where the existing lights are. Staff's concern is those locations for 7-foot tall, almost 7-foot wide monuments is a visibility issue.
Pardon me, they're getting,
It's a visibility and potential visibility issue for the public when there's events in the plaza with where they're located. In addition, we have other events that happen in the plaza and preserving usability of the plaza because it is city property. We understand the preference of the American Legion to preserve some symmetry. Staff is not, naive to the fact that is a very important part of military service, is that type of symmetry and organization. Staff proposed locations that could still be considered symmetrical, closer to the ramp and out of view of people that are in the plaza, while also preserving usability of the plaza for other city activities such as Christmas in the park. So we looked at it from a preservation of public space standpoint rather than what the American Legion's preference is, right? And so again, it's city property first and foremost, so staff is viewing it from that point of view.
got it. And my input is city property is our property, including the American Legion, and they gave their lives to protect our city property. So I think, and you've indicated clearly you have reverence for our military, and I appreciate that, Deputy City Manager. But I think their purpose and their use is primary before Santa, before a car show, before other uses of that park. That has been designated as our Veterans Park, and it is to be shown the primary consideration to our veterans. And I appreciate your permitting process and the community service process and that. And from a preservation of property standpoint, that definitely has weight. To me, what has greater weight is where the veterans want it. And if it's not going to cause any damage to people or cause any life safety issues, I want it to be visible. I want it to be out so I see those who gave their lives in battle. I'm just glad I didn't have to give my life in battle. I mean, gosh, and I really appreciate the sacrifice of our veterans for that. So I think any memorial that brings that out, which we haven't had up till now in Selma, is, I think it's worth the additional space that it uses up in that plaza because it is sacred space. all that space is sacred. I want that space used for veterans, first and foremost. And I appreciate what the veterans have done, and I think their monument should be treated accordingly. And I think their original positioning, as long as it isn't harming people and it isn't causing bodily injury, then I think it should be granted, because I think it's their square. It's public space, but it's their public space. And so that's why my preference would be to give them their preference, the American Legion Post 12, which was one of the first posts in California. I mean, this is big stuff here. We have one of the first posts of American Legion here in Selma. And I think that speaks volumes that they're still actively involved. They're defraying the expenses, and, they're trying to do the right thing for our city. That's my 2 cents. Does anybody else have an opinion on where that, the KIA memorials
Yeah.
should go?
I agree. I agree with the mayor. I think first and foremost, it should go where our American Legion would like to place it. Just like we said, this belongs to us. That park belongs to us. It's not going to interfere with the Christmas tree. It's not going to interfere with any other ceremonial events there, because if anybody has a ceremonial event there, it's American Legion. And if a band wants to play, the band should play in the band, where the bandstand is. There shouldn't be a band playing in our Veterans Plaza. That's disrespectful. So in the future, that if any events do come and we do have a band should be placed either in the park or be placed in the bandstand or on the street, but not in our Veterans Plaza. The other thing, our Veterans Plaza is one of the best veteran plaza in the Central Valley, and we hear it from our surrounding cities. We hear it from people that come from out of town. People come from out of town just to come and take photos because it's so beautiful. So I want to thank American Legion for doing such a beautiful job at your expense, not the city's expense. And for that, I would grant to put your monuments at the place where where you're requesting them. It's not going to hurt anybody.
Councilmember Avalos?
When he was talking earlier about the lighting, he wanted next to the lighting, that was when I'm trying to identify it. Yeah. I'm looking at that picture, where you want to put it, basically what he said. It won't bother nothing. I know you want to have it lit up, am I correct? At night?
Yes.
Is that what you want to do?
It's gonna
I'm
have,
assuming that
it's
what
gonna
you
have the
want
same lighting as the
on that
rest of the
corner there.
monuments out there.
I'm trying to figure out where it's lit. And then, yeah, I understand if you push it back, you have to dig concrete and redeal it. And I have to admire the veterans that they spent the money with these statues and this decoration. And when they put it together, it made our town pop in the downtown area. I have to admit, it did. If my father was alive, he'd be happy. He was out in the Marine Corps, by the way. I don't have to tell you stories about the Marine Corps, don't worry. I think I went through boot camp with him. But I'm looking at this picture. I do not see a disturbance, because you still got the open space still. And I think it's doable. I think it's doable. Because how wide is the box? Let me ask you, how wide is it? Is it like a mailbox? Like the one, is it like the one at Clovis, exactly?
It's the same one.
Same one, right?
It's the same
Oh,
company that we
okay.
bought it from.
Oh, okay. I know what size it is. Okay, I know. All right, then. That's all I gotta say. I'm
Great,
okay.
Thank you.
Any other council members with input? Okay, with that, we'll open it to the public. Anybody have any input on
Thank you.
this item? Thank you, Commander.
Can I ask, why didn't they help with the PowerPoint with that picture there so we could all see what it's like? And if not, are you able to put that picture on the PowerPoint right now so we could all see? Or can we look at what that looks like?
Yeah, can we share it with the, right?
No, she won't be able to share.
We don't have a digital file of it, yeah, that we can share.
Can we just be able to just pass it quickly and give it right back to you, just so we could see what you guys are looking at?
I think Vice Commander Guerra came and gave that to us. Can we give that back to Vice Commander Guerra?
Great, I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And I think they've always done an amazing job. That's beautiful there, and we should honor them. And it's just a beautiful plaza. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment? Anybody on the phone or online? With that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Is there a motion to put the flag box in front of the police station?
So moved.
And what? We're not quite done. Flag box in
I
front
said
of the police
I said
station.
on the flag box.
Right. Are we going to do separately or are we going to do both
No,
at the
you
same
can
Doing
time?
both.
Let's do them both. Flag box in front of the police station and then the KIA memorial where it was originally planned by the American Legion.
So
Uh,
moved.
Is there a second?
Yeah, second.
Okay, call the roll, please.
Second.
I just want to confirm the motion to approve the installation of KIA monuments at American Legion's preferred location and approve the flag drop-off location in front of the police department with the Public Works staff to install. Wasn't that correct?
That is correct.
Correct. Okay. Okay. All right. And thank you, city. Thank you
But
for
wait a
your
minute.
cooperation. Correct? Public Works is
Who-
going to install it because it's on
The
public land.
monument?
No, the flag box.
Flag
Okay.
box.
Flag box, yeah.
The- They're not installing the monument. The American Legion hired somebody to install the monument.
Okay.
That's what the whole encroachment permit thing is about.
Okay.
Okay.
Councilmember Avalos?
Aye.
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Councilmember Trujillo? Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes.
Mayor, if I could add one comment.
Sure.
The picture that's being passed around, that's just a silhouette of the structure. We really didn't want to put the actual picture because we're going to unveil that. As the commander had said, we put a lot of money into it. Bell Monuments, who is doing that for us, has put some extra work into it. I'd also like to give some recognition to them. The cost of this was a lot more than what we're paying for it now. But because they asked for the granite at the time, it was really expensive that they explained that it was for a veterans group. They dropped the price on us. So we were able to do that. Had that not happened, this wouldn't be happening at all.
Awesome.
So it's
We look
a
forward
collaboration of
to
everything.
you bringing it up.
I'd also like to compliment Public Works. Somebody made a comment, and they've made those comments in the past in regards to the flags that were put out yesterday. That really comes out nice, and we appreciate that work from Public Works in the city.
Look forward to attending that ceremony, dedicating them. Next item, 4.5, report and recommendation, consideration and necessary action on renewal or renegotiation of terminated July 18th, 1994 contract between the City of Selma and the Selma Chamber of Commerce. We have a report.
City Attorney, did you want me to take it or?
Do it.
Okay, absolutely. Mayor, members of the council, there was a request by this council to revisit the Chamber of Commerce contract that was terminated last year by the Chamber of Commerce. As you recall, and as is explained in the staff report, there were several proposals and counter proposals between the chamber and city staff. Ultimately, we were not able to come to an agreement as to what should be, A, what is the amount of the new contract, and B, what are the responsibilities of the chamber under the proposed contract. I did reach out to Ms. Tucker, Shar Tucker, from a representative of the board of directors of the Chamber of Commerce. She declined to meet with me, and so this item is before the city council for consideration as to how to proceed with regard to the relationship between the chamber, or the contractual relationship between the chamber and the city. Our original proposal is included in the agenda packet, as well as the Chamber of Commerce's original termination letter, and then a counter proposal that was submitted last year for consideration by the council. Staff still feels that some of the responsibilities. I think there was concern about having city representation on the board of directors was not acceptable. It was kind of a non-starter for the chamber. I think there was an opportunity there to kind of negotiate that, but it doesn't seem, I think that from my perspective, the chamber wanted to continue to be focused on events. They did propose, I think, in one of their counter proposals to conduct one business workshop per month. And with the funding of $25,000, the city actually budgeted about $34,000 in the current budget, just pending kind of the outcome of the contractual negotiations. But staff is still of the opinion that that the chamber could potentially request more from the city for more activity related to supporting local businesses and economic development. In addition to the very valuable events that they currently help promote and coordinate. And I understand that, for example, the July 3rd fireworks show is in jeopardy right now because of funding issues with the chamber. So hopefully we can resolve this matter and help some of those events get underway. Thank you.
Thank you. Does council have any comments before we invite the actual director up from the Chamber of Commerce? Okay, Ms. Tucker, would you like to come up?
I'd like to hear it.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. The Chamber, well, our city manager met with our entire board, and they have basically rejected his proposal because basically he has taken over the chamber by telling us that we need to hire another full-time person, that the city wants a seat on the board, and our board seats are elected. And we have invited the city in past years to run for the board, but no one wanted to do that. So we're just, there was even comments in his proposal about our website and sending an agenda. Our agenda is posted in our window. So, I know you pass by the chamber quite a bit, so you could certainly see it. But we're just not willing to have the city take over our chamber, and basically that's what it feels like. We're two separate entities, businesses, whatever you want to call us. We both work for the businesses in our community as well as our citizens. And we work independent of one another. That's always how it is, always how it has been. You are not our boss per se. We are not your employees. We take care of our chamber. You take care of your city. And I would think you have enough on your plate taking care of, you don't need to take care of the chamber as well. So our proposal, you have it. And that is our stand. And we don't mean to be rude or disparaging, but we just feel we're going to stand firm on that. And if you decide not to give us any money, we haven't received any money since June anyway. And we've continued to do everything that we always have. We've done events. We've worked with businesses to try to see what they would like as far as workshops. And workshops, we might have 10 people that sign up for the workshop and one that will actually show up. So inviting 4 speakers to come out for one business just doesn't seem like the right thing to do. And I know some of the other surrounding communities, the chambers have given up on that just for lack of participation.
Just to clarify, oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize you weren't finished.
No,
Ms.
I'm
Tucker.
finished.
I appreciate your comments, and I definitely think that there's an opportunity there to continue the discussions. However, I do disagree with your point about the chamber always being independent of the city. And I would just clarify, the city is never looking to take over the chamber. I think there's what we're looking for is a greater role in the economic development activities of the community, which a chamber of commerce typically engages in addition to events. But back to the point about being independent of each other, in the agreement that was just terminated, the city's economic development director served as the executive director of the Chamber of Commerce per the contract. So I think contrary to your point, they were always intertwined. And additionally, we provided IT services. We provided a lot of different amenities to the chamber over the course of this contract since the 1980s. And so I think the way that we perceived it was, the city has grown substantially since that original contract was put in place. And the needs and the types of businesses that now exist in Selma require a little bit of different outreach and different services than maybe what was considered back in the 1980s that would help them grow, survive, thrive in the current economic environment. And so our economic development manager, Alicia Gary, did a great job of putting together a very solid program that aligns with what other chambers in communities our size are actually doing. We've gone to the Reedley Chamber, we've gone to the other surrounding community chambers. I can't remember which chambers she visited. And the things that we were proposing were not at all outside of the norm for those communities and what their chambers were providing. And so we actually proposed almost double the amount of funding to the chamber, to be able to provide those economic development activities. And our suggestion to hire a full-time person, because I think right now you continue to operate with a part-time, person who does some of the administrative work. I think the goal is to get the chamber to a place where they are sustainable and not dependent on any outside funding, including the city's funding. And so having an executive director doesn't mean that you have to become a economic development agency or that you have to be an expert on economic development. What it means is that there's somebody there that's working to make that organization sustainable and growing in the membership and growing the services that are ultimately going to benefit the businesses who are ultimately going to continue to drive the growth of the city. And so that was the perspective. At the end of the day, if we have a seat on the board, and to address that point as well, if a member of the staff who's a resident of Selma or not wants to join the Chamber of Commerce board and run for election on the board, that is absolutely their right and prerogative. I think as a representative of the city, there's a risk that, 1 year we may have representation and 1 year we may not have representation. And, the goal is for us not to, even with 1 seat on the board, we're still 1 seat out of 12, 13, 16 members, right? Which in no way entails control or ownership of the group. It just means that there's a voice there that we have by right to help, represent the city's interests in economic development. And so there is never any kind of desire to take over what you guys do, because you've been doing it for a long time. Is there an opportunity to continue to evolve and do things differently to attract more, people to the workshops and to provide different kinds of services? Absolutely. I think there is, but that has to come from you. And I think having a full-time person that can dedicate themselves. I mean, everybody right now is a volunteer except for the one part-time person. And I think there's a lack of capacity and bandwidth there to be able to make that organization sustainable. So that was kind of our perspective. But I appreciate, you granting Elysium and myself the opportunity to meet with the board and explaining kind of our perspective. So that's all I have, council.
Okay.
You know, we have spoke to the city of, or to the chamber in Reedley, and they tell me that they have not met with anyone from the city of Selma and that they would never just give up a seat on their board. And again, what they do, it is their decision. So whether you give us money or not is entirely up to you. But we will continue doing what we have always done and support our businesses and the citizens in the community. So it's
Got it.
your
I think we have
decision.
Councilman Oseguera. Have we met with you, Director, and did you want to weigh in on this, Councilman Oseguera?
Yeah, we met with Ms. Tucker, I don't know, last week. Was it last week? I don't remember. I'm getting old already. But anyways, we talked at length about what the issues were, and then I agree with her that there shouldn't be city involvement. We can be partners with them, and you know, everything else, if we decide to give you money, has to be worked out as far as when, you know, how often you report, how often, you know, things are gonna happen. But I don't think there should be anything tied to the city giving you money. I mean, because of the events you put on, Racing Festival, the 3rd of July, and other events, they're just gonna go away. Now, if the chamber can't do them anymore, is the city willing to take that on? City manager, are we willing to say, and then we're gonna have the manpower? Because from what I understand, the 3rd of July, very few people from the city go and help out, you know?
Well, it's a partnership event, so the city and the chamber both, and actually we have our entire community services department involved, as well as numerous volunteers. The fire department goes out there every year, as well as the police department. So I think the city's pretty well represented at that event every year.
But what I was trying to get at, are they represented or are they doing some of the work?
Oh,
I
no,
mean, I
they,
can
they,
show up and I
yeah.
can represent, but if I'm just gonna stand there and watch them do all the work, that's not, to me, being represented, pull up your sleeve, man.
well, yeah, and I think to that point, that is absolutely what takes place. I mean, we have meetings here, planning meetings with the community services department well before the event is actually takes place. And, you know, everything from helping to set up the food vendors and, you know, coordinating the activities for the children and all those kinds of things. I mean, a lot of work goes in from city staff into that event.
Oh, and I agree, but if the issue is not having some from the city, I'll run for a board position. There.
I have a quick
Carol
question
Cheney.
as well. I just want to ask, I just don't understand. You haven't received any funding from the city since June of '24? Is that correct?
Yes.
So here we go again. How are we supposed to be successful in our city when our city is holding back our chamber so that they can't be successful? This is the problem. Again, I'm looking at what I'm seeing here is the same thing we went through with Second Chance. Instead of trying to work with them, give them a chance, help them with funding, we took away funding. I just can't believe what I'm hearing is City of Selma, as much as you do for our city, Char, and the events that you do, we're holding funding from you. And because they want to put someone from the city on your board, it's never been that way. I'm just asking, if you want to put somebody on the city, on her board, well, we do the same thing for the Boys and Girls Club. So you're going to ask for a member to sit on their board? I mean, what are we doing here? This is ridiculous.
Councilman, Mayor Pro Tem Guerra, I think it's inaccurate to say that we were withholding funding. I think if you recall, and as shown in the agenda packet, the chamber terminated their agreement. And so there was no mechanism by which we would actually fund the chamber And we were working really hard to actually not only fund them, but double what we were paying them. And so it's completely inaccurate to say that we were, withholding funding or that we were holding
I
them
read
back.
this, I
Yeah,
read this
Mayor,
proposal.
I'm not finished yet.
Okay.
And to your point about, the Boys and Girls Club, I think we've never had an MOU such as this, like what our previous contract entailed with the Chamber of Commerce. So the Chamber of Commerce is involved in providing a service to the businesses of the city, right, in terms of workshops, having events, and those kinds of things, as an extension of the City of Selma. And so the intent was to continue that relationship as a partner and as an extension of the city. So, which is a completely different relationship than a nonprofit service provider that, provides after-school activities to children at Salazar Center.
Okay, I'll go. So this thing that we're getting put in here, City of Selma and Selma District Chamber of Commerce MOU, which I believe stands for Memo of Understanding, memorandum. This looks more like, this is what you're gonna do, right? You're gonna do this, Chamber, and this is, and then in return, we're gonna put, $60,000 your way and potentially more money, maybe 50,000. But we're going to control your board. I mean, this is a blueprint for city control. That's what it is. And I think that's what we're seeing tonight is city pushback, that the chamber wants to be an independent entity because it deserves to be an independent entity. It's been independent since it started. And this contract is dated, like in the 90s. So, I mean, it's gone along a long time. And I can see where the city would want to have input. But the city did have input. The city had the former mayor pro tem, Bev Cho, was the president of the Selma Chamber, right? She ran for office. She may still even be involved with the chamber. Not with the city anymore, but she's involved with the chamber. So the city did have somebody in a position of influence who went about it and got elected to the board. And I mean, right? So if the city ran enough officers and got a majority on the majority of the Chamber of Commerce, they could pretty much change course, right? Is that correct, Director? Okay. So that would be kind of the democratic way of doing it, getting on the board or influencing or having the people who get on the board look the city's way. According to Shar, the boards took one look at this and said, no, thank you. And then had Ms. Tucker come back to the council, and that's the way I read it too. I mean, I think it was a 3-2 vote from the city back, in June or something to approve, what is it, the cancellation of the contract or the approval of the contract. And then the chamber countered with a non-renewal of the contract, or just said, we're not going to do this. So I guess my concern right now is July 3rd is going to be here before you know it. And I'd be hopeful that the chamber would continue that if we could find a way to continue this contract tonight with terms that are agreeable to both the city and the Chamber of Commerce. Is that a potential for the chamber if the city makes it a true partnership this year?
I don't know that we can afford to pay all of the fireworks. There are 22,000 plus, I believe about $450 in fees that might come from the fire department. They're charged to the pyro company who charges us for it. But I want to just clarify something. When you did your planning for July 3rd last year, we weren't even invited to the table.
Wow.
So I'm not quite sure how that's a partnership. And I never said that we did not have participation from our police department or what I said was we don't have the staff to really work that event. As an example, the chamber pays over $700 for security at the front gate where people that come in, their bags are checked and they are wanded. And we do that to protect the community that comes in there. However, we did not have the staff to man the other two gates, which there was only 2 people out there from the city, and they did not man the gates. So people were coming through there. They weren't paying. They weren't being wanded. So we can know if we can't man those other gates, we can no longer say that our event is safe. I don't know what comes in through those other gates. I don't know. Do they have a gun? Do they have a knife? I don't know. So that's a concern.
How soon do you need to get started on getting the fireworks and reserving the band for
We're
July
going
3rd?
to have to do that right away.
So next couple weeks.
Yes.
Okay. So what are you looking at the council for tonight?
Well, I think that at this point, we would need the city to pay for half of those fireworks.
Okay. Since the Chamber of Commerce terminated the contract, would it be called for to, since this contract's 30 years old, to write a new contract with the Chamber of Commerce?
Ask me to do that, I will be glad to do that.
Okay. Ms. Tucker, would you be okay with a new contract with the chamber spelling out rights and responsibilities of each party?
Well, of course, we would need to take that back
To your
to
board.
our chamber board for
Okay.
approval.
Okay. When's your next board meeting? Because I know you need to get started on this quickly.
Second Friday in March.
Okay. So
they'll
So what are the terms? The terms would be, you're looking for $3,000 a month? That's the way it used to be,
Well,
36,000
I
a
think
year?
that we get paid quarterly. And so before the payment, we would drop off or email our financial report and maybe the current agenda. I'm not sure, Mr. Santion, maybe you can help me out.
Yeah, and just to clarify, the original contract amount was 30,000 a year. And yeah, and Ms. Tucker is correct. The process was quarterly payments, and those were issued after we received the quarterly financial report from the Chamber of Commerce, and it was reviewed by staff. Very straightforward process.
Got it. Okay.
And we would be willing to continue that process. I think the confusion with the contract that was in place was, I know some of you probably remember D.B. Huser. He worked for the chamber and then he was asked to come here, and I think he was a city manager. So the city had to find some way to pay him to be the director of the chamber and also his position here. And quite truthfully, until our city manager brought this contract to our attention, we didn't even know it existed. So it really didn't apply to us anymore because we didn't have someone that was at the chamber and at the city.
Got it. So it might be a good time for a new agreement. And since time is of the essence, city attorney, is that going to be an issue to get an agreement drafted?
Not a problem.
We can put it to a vote and get it to Ms. Tucker for her board?
Not a problem.
Great. Okay. So council, what are the terms that you would like to see in this contract that the city attorney would
I think
draft?
she was asking for, I think it was 35,000 plus half of the fireworks, the 11,000.
Yes.
So 35,000 annually, half of the fireworks?
Yes.
Okay. And in return, you'll do those events that we all grown to know and.
A copy of
There's a
our
history.
proposal from May,
Got it.
last May, that I don't know if it was ever
I think
presented.
it's in the
to you.
packet.
It is.
City attorney, could you incorporate that into the agreement
I can.
that the chamber will, okay, is Touch a Truck still on?
We hope so. We didn't do it last year because they had, I'm not sure what happened, but they weren't able to participate.
Okay. So is there a motion to redo the contract via the city attorney for $35,000 a year, half of the fireworks, including the events that they list in their letter that the chamber is willing to do, and including the 11 monthly mixers and the host ribbon cuttings as the need presents itself, like we had at Riley's?
But that, well, no, Scott, it'd have to go back to their board if they want to approve this.
So yeah, it would be an agreement between the city and
Yeah,
between
it has to go.
So it would come on March 4th, and then the council would approve it to send it back to the chamber for their approval. Does that seem adequate?
What's the next item?
Yes,
today?
and our chamber has already approved what we will do on the proposal that you have in front of you from last May.
So the likelihood that they would approve a contract with the terms that we're discussing tonight is pretty high.
Absolutely.
Great. And then how about a cost inflator if the year inflation renewable annually? City attorney, can you put a
Might have to.
renewable annually unless automatically renewed? Because no one really looks at these when things are going well.
You want an evergreen clause or with a option to terminate? Is that what you want?
Yes. Right, 35,000 with the half of the fireworks cost, whatever that turns out to be. What's the total fireworks cost,
I
Director?
think this year it's 22, if I remember correctly.
Plus 11 plus 30.
How much is the fireworks?
Got it. And that would have to be payable before the quarter. It's payable quarterly, but you pay your fireworks up front.
The fireworks have to be paid upfront,
Okay.
yes.
Well, March will be the quarter, end of this year's quarter.
Yeah, if we can get
So
it
if
done
we
by
can get
March.
this done and you take it
Well,
back to your board,
Yes, and
Can have
as
a pay-
long, whether we've received a stipend from the city or not, as long as we have a contract and the MOU is agreeable to the board, then we can go ahead and pay our half of the fireworks.
Got it. Thank you. Okay. Sounds good. Let's open it up to the public. Does the public have any comment about the proposed contract? Thank you, Ms. Tucker. We'll bring it back after public comment.
When I worked for this, Teresa Salas, when I worked for the city, when I first started working, we were in that little building that was in the Pocket Park now. And the chamber was part of that building. And at that time, that's why in that contract, it says that their rent was waived because they were part of that whole building. They were in one little office and City Hall was the rest of that building. And so that's why they waived their rent because they were part of the same building. And a lot of the things that we had, the computers, I remember the day they put a computer on my desk, I got freaked out because that was brand new for everybody. But they had a mainframe computer and things that were shared with the chamber. So a lot of that stuff, and that when she talked about DB and the economic development, that's why that was all part of the chamber contract, because we worked together so closely because we were all in the same building pretty much. And so then when that building flooded and we had to tear it down, City Hall came to this location and they ended up where they're at now. So they're in a completely different building. So I don't know, as far as their communication and their computers and stuff, if we still have a hand in helping them with those things. But I know that when I was here, that was all one piece together because we were in the same building. But I understand the chamber's feelings about being a completely separate entity. I completely agree with her with Shar, that we need two different perspectives, not just the city's perspective, but the chamber perspective, and they need to be separate so that, I mean, it's not to say we can't work with this or the chamber can't work with the city, but not to have one directing the other. Like you said, equal partners, talk to each other about what you want to see in the city, but not have one person trying to strong arm the other person or trying to call the shots and based on the amount of money that you're going to give them.
Okay. Anybody else with a comment? Anybody on the phone or online? 10:42 PM. Gotcha.
At this time, I see no hands raised.
All right, with that, we'll bring it back to council. Councilman Avalos.
Well, I'll be honest with you, the chamber is, in the past, they were technically, when I first got on the council, they were the ambassadors of our city. They were actually the ambassadors. They brought people into our communities. And, with these events, the band festival, the raisin festival, these car shows, antique shows, we had things going on in our community at that time, when everybody was, before this pandemic hit us. But I once again, I always said that we have to showcase our town. And the only way we can showcase our town is we have to look at our business owners and our chamber, because they're the ones that set the tempo. When people come to our town and say, man, I like coming to Selma, boy, those people are gorgeous and they're nice and they have events going on, man. They have great things going on in this, they come in there, like the Sikh community, they came to our community a long time ago. They weren't here. Now they're here. And they like coming to our town because they like what they see. And same thing in our band festival. People come from other areas that come to our, that thing is older than, if you go to 1929, they had band festivals here back in the days. Can you believe that? City of Selma, history in itself. I had to learn about history today, believe it or not. We're talking about this chamber. But those are things that we have to embrace now. Right now, we're going to go into a tough time with this a new administration. They're making some major decisions that'll affect every town. I already know. Federal government level to the state level. It's already coming down the pipe. And we have to be smart what we do, but we have to also help our people that live in our community, like the chamber. They are their ambassadors. They bring people in. They get volunteers. I mean, are they well-funded operation? No. They're mostly volunteers, and the money they use is for the advertisements and their live stream on them.
Are you making a motion?
I'm making a motion.
Cool. You're making a motion to draft a new contract?
Draft a new contract.
Excellent. Is there a second? Call the roll, please.
I'm sorry, I totally missed the first and the second.
I'm a second. He's a first.
Avalos is okay.
Aye.
Councilmember Avalos?
Aye.
Councilmember Trujillo?
Yes.
Councilmember Oseguera?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes.
Mayor Robertson?
Yes. Okay. Item 4.7 is a discussion item, status of engineering contract. Thank you, everybody, for your passionate input. Very, very much appreciated.
History. I had to look at history lesson.
So the next one is discussion item, status of engineering contract. I think we agreed to continue this until we get more information. Is there consensus to continue this? Great. Then we'll move on to item 4.8, which is discussion item, City of Selma, Graffiti Task Force update.
Good evening again, council members, Mr. Mayor. On the February 3rd council meeting, city staff was asked to bring back the discussion regarding the graffiti task force. As stated previously in other updates and staff reports, PD, code enforcement, and public works currently are working to abate all of the graffiti on public property. However, we are not allowed currently to enter into private property, not only because of Selma's municipal codes, but because of state and federal laws that prevent entry to private property without the proper abatement warrants. So we're currently still unable to deal with the graffiti abatement on private property due to those laws and the Selma municipal codes. In the recent past, city staff has gotten donations for paint, which we've discussed in previous meetings. The problem that we're having with that is sustainability. The reason for that is that not everybody has a white or a brown fence. And we've discussed those colors in previous meetings as well. It's not sustainable for the city to continue to provide paint to every private homeowner based on donations that we're getting from different businesses for the paint that we're actually giving out for that graffiti abatement. So currently, that's not a sustainable act for us to fulfill. If the city was to develop a graffiti task force, the cost that would be incurred or the cost impact would be for staffing, for equipment, and for paint supplies to do that work. At the bottom of the report, you'll see the fiscal impact has been included. I've included two crew members for a full year, fully staffed, or fully burdened wages, as well as the asset for the paint truck that would be required with the pressure washer and the equipment to actually do the abatement. Besides the investment from the city for that equipment, personnel, and supplies, there is options to create graffiti task force with citizens of the community that do other services like alley trash pickup and some of the other things previously discussed. However, those citizens are also by law not allowed to enter into private property without the proper abatement warrants. So we're still at that crossroad of what we can legally and cannot legally do. So we're continuing to abate the graffiti on the public property, but we're stuck as far as the private property goes. So again, the fiscal impacts for the asset and for the fully staffed, the fully burdened wages for the staff members to actually run that operation is included in the fiscal impact at the bottom of the report. And I'm ready for any questions.
Thank you,
I have a
Director.
question.
Yes.
A fence that is facing the street or a fence that is facing an alley, how would that be entering a private property if it's facing?
Because the fence has to be placed on the person's property. That is the way that the zoning works, the way that the fence has to be put up. They cannot have the fence within our right of way. So for us to go and paint on the fence, even though that fence might face an alley or an open space area, it's still private property. So without the abatement warrant, now I'm not saying that a citizen would be mad if we went and spray painted his fence, but we don't have the authority to do that. The laws prohibit us from doing that without the abatement warrant.
So didn't you say at a previous meeting that Public Works still goes out and unclogs drains for people, for residents? I mean, how is that different that you go out and help the residents of Selma with their backed up drains as opposed to their graffiti issues that they're having? Do you get warrants for that too?
So we do not unclog drains on private property. I don't remember ever saying that in a previous meeting.
Yeah, you sure did.
And if I did, I misspoke. The only drains that we even maintain are storm drain. Sewer's all maintained by SKF. Any blockages in a sewer drainage would be a call to SKF and their staff would be dispatched to actually deal with that clog. So the only thing that we deal with is storm drain, and we don't have storm drain infrastructure that runs on private property.
Right. So that's what I recall you saying. You were kind of frustrated when you said it, like, man, we still go out and we, help these people with their drains. We unclog their drains for them. Maybe I misheard too, Director. So maybe I'm in the wrong on this one. But I guess my point is, we're a small town and we got this graffiti issue here. And what is the, issue when when code goes out, they'll leave a note that says, like we heard tonight, right, from Ms. Torres, that they go out and they will say that there's graffiti there, and it was Ms. Curry on the phone that said her tenant, she's property manager, her tenant had some graffiti on the trash cans, and public code went out and left a note, fix graffiti, and a $200 fine. And then came back, it wasn't fixed for whatever reasons, and left a $400 fine and said, fix it. It used to be in the past, the code would go out and say, fix it or we'll fix it, and we'll charge you back for it. So is that not happening anymore I know you're not code enforcement. Code enforcement is PD, so this might be better directed at Chief Alcarez. But what about when the code enforcement officer says, fix it or we'll fix it for you and charge you back if you don't fix it within, what, is it 3 days or 10 days, Chief? There's some timeline there.
Typically, it's 10 days.
10 days.
To fix.
And then you put a lien on the house, or you go back and you just send them a bill for the.
Not for something like that, I don't believe. Again, I don't know the exact logistics. I'm the police chief. I oversee 5 different divisions. I don't get into the weeds and everything. But what we try to do and what code enforcement is very good at is trying to make contact with someone before leaving a letter. Even if they make contact with someone, they'll also send a letter, so there's 2 forms of communication, verifying that that conversation was had. When we run records on properties, it gives us the name of the property owner. If that property owner has a management firm, that information is not within the databases that we access. So that's not, it makes it very difficult for us to figure out who's managing the property. Nowhere on that, on those records or databases does it tell us that there's a property manager for that piece of property or parcel. That said, I can't tell you.
They go get a warrant or something? I mean, did they actually go get an abatement warrant to go fix the graffiti if people leave it on their mailbox or leave it on their fence? Or what's the
That
process?
would be a
on-
very tough thing to do.
It would be tough to get an abatement warrant.
You got the 4th Amendment to get around. You need a magistrate to issue the warrant.
You got to go to court to get it.
Yeah.
You can't just apply for it online.
And you've got to have probable cause of a crime. There's no crime there.
So when we painted that fence over with Mr. Dominguez over there, our expert painter, we just got a whole harmless agreement signed by the property owners, and they were delighted. Like you said, Director Hunt, they were delighted, and it held us harmless. Us regular folks went out and just painted their fence, painted over the graffiti. Whether we painted it yellow or purple, whether we mispainted it, they held us harmless for doing what we did to their fence. So we were able to go out there and do that, and no one ever sued us for that. So I mean, in terms of you're bringing up a really big legal challenge to this. That seems like that's one of the biggest obstacles here is the legality of entering a third party's premises.
Mr. Mayor, what a private citizen does and what a government employee does are those are apples and oranges, right? We have to have probable cause for going on someone's property, reasonable suspicion, or a call for service that gets us to that property, correct? What a private citizen does is that's ultimately you could be held liable for going on someone's property and painting something on their property or touching their property if they don't agree with that. I mean, you can do that, but there is liability there. Now, government employee or government agency, the liability is skewed in a much grander fashion, sir. So for us to go and paint things or paint property or touch people's property, we have a different level of responsibility and criteria that we have to meet to be able to do that.
Got it. So what if we changed it to a request for service by the property owner online and incorporated that wonderful legal hold harmless indemnification?
Why don't you have a ordinance that says you're responsible for cleaning up the graffiti on your property?
I think we do. Yeah, I think we have that. It makes the property owners, the issue here is there's some that they're not able to do it, right? They're infirm that they're just not healthy enough to do it. They don't want to do it, or they don't even know what happened,
You
right?
just tell them.
But it is of such a benefit to the city, and I'll get off my soapbox, but to me, it's as much benefit to the city to have a graffiti-free environment. I think that benefit of getting rid of that graffiti and making it look nice for the rest of us who pay our taxes, who live here, and get up early for work, whether we have a long meeting the night before or not, go to our private enterprise workplace, then heck, I think we should do it. I think we should if we could find a good solution for that and we could overcome the legal exposure for it, I would love to see the city be able to help with that. What we're talking about tonight, it seems to point in the direction of a citizen task force to do this, because there's a lot of red tape involved with the government doing it. You're hearing all the obstacles and hurdles, but it would be nice to have the city Public Works to help out once in a while to paint over that graffiti on these fences like Mayor Pro Tem Garris says that are facing these easements. Those are ugly. And, you know, we don't want gang fighting words on these fences, and it's wrong. And you know, what's the alternative? We just leave it there. We just leave the graffiti because we're afraid of getting sued by somebody for damaging an old dilapidated fence or even a nice block fence. I think the benefit of cleaning that graffiti is such that we need to find a solution for this rather than just obstacles.
So I'm not disagreeing with that, but I want the council to be very clear about one thing about me and my character. I have rules to follow in my position, and my rules are the municipal codes, the ordinances, and the city standards, and I will not deviate from that. So at
No one's asking you
direction,
to.
if we can change municipal codes, if that's the choice of the council, I'm gonna follow whatever direction is given to me by the city manager. But right now, the ordinances and the municipal code claim that it is the owner's responsibility, the property owner's responsibility to abate that. And that's the rules that I follow.
So we look at it in a little bigger scope. Totally get that. Agree with it 100%. That's why you're director. That's why you've risen to where you have. You followed the rules and you've done a great job. My issue is it's unjust. Concepts like justice. Somebody gets graffiti painted on their fence. It's not their fault. Man, why should they have to get fined by freaking code for $200 or $400? It's not right. They didn't do it. They didn't cause it. If they spray painted their own fence, I would say they're on the hook. But it's other people that do that. And to me, that's inequitable, just like dumping things in their alley that they didn't dump in the first place.
And I don't disagree, Mr. Mayor.
And that's what we're looking at. That's what we're wrestling with tonight at 10:58 p.m.
Understood.
Mr. Mayor, if,
Fund the cleanup city, not imposing anything on the property owners. It's pretty easy to take your ordinance and tweak that. Urge them to give you permission to go on their property and paint.
Okay. Would you be amenable, council, to looking into that in the future to amend the ordinance, to tweak it?
I can take a look at your ordinance. There are cities out there that have this same thing. But you've got to commit to funding it. You're not going to get away with it by, fining them and then saying, if we have to fine you, we're going to come over there and do it ourselves and hit you with all kinds of fees and
Well,
everything else.
we just heard an
It just
issue
doesn't work.
tonight with Ranza Curry.
Right.
That is something that shouldn't even be happening. And none of our citizens should have to go through something like that. So if you can find a way to revise our ordinance so that you're saying we can fund it, so that we can have a beautiful city and help our citizens, because they deserve it. Our citizens deserve it. That's what we want to do, or that's what I'm going for, so.
I can take a look at your ordinance.
Yeah.
We will show you
All right.
what we can
Mayor,
do.
I think,
Did public did they have any input on this
I
item
think the
before
police
we
chief
bring it back?
has a comment.
if I may just have a few words as your chief of police and kind of someone that has, since I've been in the city of Selma, I've met with the beautification committee almost nearly every month. And we talk about blight throughout the city. We've worked diligently to be able to resolve these issues, so much so that when we do have new graffiti, our officers take reports. They quickly inform or email our code enforcement that can reach out with those tenants to be able to get this resolved. Additionally, what we do offer to some of those citizens is to reach out to the beautification committee to see if they can help them resolve those vandalism issues and graffiti issues. So I think that our code enforcement, as well as our police department, do a phenomenal job in trying to resolve these issues as quickly as possible. So much so that our own personnel go out and paint gang graffiti specifically to ensure that we reduce an ongoing criminal acts with our gang members. However, and I'll just give you an example, Mr. Mayor. In speaking with the beautification committee, they went out to meet with one of these citizens that said that they were too old and they were unable to take care of that fence. And while they were painting the fence, a 20-something came out of the house and said, hey, what are you doing? And the beautification committee explained to him, hey, we're fixing this fence. Do you live here? And he's like, oh yeah, I live here. So there's an able-bodied person inside that residence that had all the ability to paint that fence on that property. Yet we have someone that's 60-something painting a fence on the property instead of a 20-something that is able-bodied and living at that property. So the reality, sir, is that, and I think being in law enforcement, we're used to people not always being completely truthful with us, but I will echo this sentiment that I echo all the time when we meet at Coffee with a Cop quarterly. I meet with the schools monthly, is that we all, every one of us, from government to business owners to citizens, we all have a responsibility to work together to keep our community safe and beautiful. Every single one of us. Not one entity in and of itself can create a great quality of life for the city of Selma. We will all have to sacrifice, and we will all have to work towards that means. And that's what I'd like to just say. Thank you so much.
Great, thanks.
I want to thank you for that, but, last year sometime I brought up the graffiti task force, when I wasn't even on council, and it was shut down because, all this and all that. And now you're saying beautification is the same thing. The graffiti task force was going to be a group of people that went around, drive around, identified issues. They talked to the owner, say, you know what, can we get a waiver? We've done a couple of fences ourselves. We were out there with rollers and brushes, whatever. And that's what we wanted. The idea was that Mr. Hahn was securing paint from some of the Home Depot or whatever. Mayor Robertson donated 5 gallons and whatever, and we got it done. That's what we don't want. If the city doesn't want to do it, hell, we'll just have a graffiti task force to go out there and do it.
So Councilman Oseguera, that's what the beautification committee does, and they meet every month. And they actually have a cleanup every month and go out into the community and pick up trash and help people with their fences and things of that nature. So that group already exists, and they meet every month, the police department.
Can you make sure that they go to the barrio? Because, we're getting hit hard over there.
Well, you
barrio.
can, what I'll do is, I'll share the next meeting with the council so that you all can come out and have a discussion, and you can bring up those
And we're always
locations
getting
with
that.
them as well.
We drive around, and some of the citizens do too, and they're the ones that let us know, hey, we got hit over here on so-and-so street, and then we go over there, we identify it, we let the people call it code enforcement or whatever, and then it gets taken care of,
Great. So the first line's going to be the citizens, the second line's going to be a tweak in the municipal code to put the city on the hook for it. If we could see that from the attorney, that'd be great. Is there a motion to put this, we have public comment?
This was a
Anybody?
discussion. This was-
Consensus then to ask the attorney to tweak the language and bring it back.
Okay, Stella Ramirez, Selma, California. I just want to say that I agree with Councilman Santiago Siguera. District 4, the barrio, it's the one that hits the most. And there's a house in the corner right across Salazar Center. It gets hit like, I can't even count the times. That poor man out there, he goes out there and he paints his fence, and he says sometimes he just feels like just giving up because he paints it and it's back up there again the next week. A while back, it was last year, we mentioned, what about having someone out there patrol, like put a mobile home out there, one of those trailers, and have a couple of officers out there, because that's where the problem is. And I think that would help alleviate all of the tagging and everything that's going on there, because that area is getting hit hard. And you had a really good idea, Santiago, when you said about the the weed and seed, or where it used to be. It can also be used. Maybe they can utilize that office to do something like that. But what about that? Because we can paint this over and over and over. We're just putting a Band-Aid on it. We need the cops out there to be out there and to be on watch. There's things getting dumped in the alley behind the Gallardo Bakery, and I appreciate it. They did clean that up. But again, there's mattresses thrown out there. And I was thinking, well, maybe they could put like a fence around so they won't be able to have access to that, to just throw that there. But something needs to be done because this has been going on for years. And I don't think it's fair for the citizens to paint that because it's not their fault. It's not their fault. And they pay their taxes. And I think that they should get, get compensated some way because they're not the ones committing the crime. So that's just what I want to say, say on that. Thank you.
It, it's just always amazing to hear when you want to help our city and how we can make it happen. It's always pushback on how it shouldn't happen. I think at the end of the day, if you guys come up with the committee, there's so many people that want to volunteer for that. We have the cleanup committee, but there's always just, why don't you just let somebody do it and be in control of that all the time? They're doing a good job right now. If people want to come together and start doing other committees so it doesn't overwhelm people, that should happen through the legal process. When we did it, it was amazing when we did it. In one morning, we banged it out in a couple hours, an entire alley almost. We had everything signed. We were released from a liability from anybody. It's an easy fix. It's always how we can't do it, why we shouldn't do it. It's just this, that, this, and that. At the end of the day, our kids shouldn't see that. We have to overwhelm them and show them our city should be clean. Our citizens deserve it to be clean. And it's always a win-win situation if we're willing to help legally the right way. It just is just very interesting to always see when we see the pushback, we obviously see it's going to be very successful, right? It's going to be successful. So when you guys come up, you new council come up with these great ideas and follow the laws, do it correctly. Let's do it. Let's go for it. It's our town. This is our town. We pay taxes. And again, we come together that way. We're able to, help out our city. So hopefully, you guys keep up with your great ideas and don't allow pushback. And let's get our city cleaned up so it looks nice, and we'll want more people here to enjoy our city. You guys are doing an amazing job, so keep it up. Thank you.
Anybody else with a comment? Anybody on the phone or online? Okay.
Good evening again. Ramza Corey, 1927 High Street. Thank you for your service and for working this late tonight. I'd like to clarify my point. My first issue was, first of all, when code enforcement issue their citations, they're very vague and unclear. It's one word, removal. It doesn't even say graffiti removal, so I couldn't even understand what they meant. So one thing would help if they're clear on what they want us to do. Second point, if this was graffiti on my fence, I would not mind cleaning it up. They tag the trash enclosure at Java Express all the time, and we constantly paint over. I didn't have an issue removing the graffiti. My issue is it was on a trash bin that doesn't even belong to us, and we should not be painting over the trash bin. So if code enforcement or Mid-Valley Disposal can help us by taking care of those, it would be great. As far as the comment that the city doesn't always know which property is being managed by a management company or not. I agree. We can submit a list of properties we manage at RPS, but however, this particular building, 1444 Grove Street, the city, the chief of police, myself, and code enforcement worked numerous times with troubled tenants over there that caused basically public safety issues, so we can evict them. So they do know that I manage that building. No one reached out to me, not with a phone call, not with a letter, not with a notice. They mailed it all the way to Orange County where the owner lives. And like I said, they happened to be on vacation. They didn't get it on time. So that's kind of, if we want to work together, code enforcement can do a few things to help us keep the city clean. As far as your comment, whether they can access private property to paint it, I can give an example of what CAL FIRE does in Shaver Lake. CAL FIRE needs to always do a fire break, and to do a fire break, they have to access properties near roads and public highways, and those are private properties. So what they do every year, beginning of the year, they mail an authorization to access and hold harmless agreement to property owners, and they don't specify when they will access it or how many trees they'll be cutting down. It's for the removal of dead trees. So the city, if they would like to help certain people that are unable to paint their graffiti, they could mail at the beginning of the year something of the sort, and the property owners that would like the city's help with graffiti abatement can sign that authorization and hold for access and hold harmless, and then they'll be able to paint them. The rest of the owners that don't want the city to access their private property, that they can paint the graffitis themselves. Just some thoughts, where we can work together and help keep our city clean. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for those comments, Planning Commissioner. Okay, with that, we'll bring the matter back to council. Is there a motion to ask our city attorney to look at that language in the municipal
You
code?
don't even have to ask. I will go do it.
All right, we good with that? Everybody? All right,
It just
thank you,
needs
city attorney.
consensus.
With that, we'll move on to our next item, which is future agenda items. Does council have any future agenda items that they would like to?
Okay, yeah.
Councilman Avalos?
I'd like to know what's going on with the senior stove over there at the senior thing, and also Salazar Center. What is going on is just maybe just, because everything went down when they were doing the remodel. So I'd like to know what happened, because those are heavy-duty stoves, commercial stoves, and they're designed to go 100 years. They're real well built. I looked at them. I seen them. I took pictures of them, by the way. I just want you guys to look at it and get them up and running. So that way, when they're up and running, the police department can have their meetings over there, and maybe something, our staff have a little party going on, appreciation over there. And the Salazar Center, the kids can take cooking lessons and learn how to cook food at the center, for the future in our society. So I just want those things to move on. If you could look into that.
Thank you. Councilman Oscara?
Yes, I'd like to piggyback on what Mr. Ramirez stated. The Weed and Sea would be a perfect place to have maybe a police substation, maybe even a collaboration between sheriff and police. Because you know what, that's my district again. And Nebraska Apartments, they're reporting a lot of gang, what do you call it? Gang incidents going on. I know the mayor received some letters from the tenants that something needs to be done. And I remember when police used to be stationed there a long time ago. It kind of cut down on.
Maybe we should have a council meeting out there in Nebraska Apartments. We
I
can
mean, it's
publicly notice
perfect.
it.
It's been sitting there empty for a long time. I mean, I don't know how the chief feels about it, but something to think about.
Thank you. Okay. Yes.
I saw it. I'd like to find out what happened to the Explorer programs we used to have here with the police department. Those volunteer kids, because I like to see it reactivated again because of the future of our society, and I want to make sure when we have these programs, the DARE group and everything, it keeps the crime stats down. And they're the future of our society, and we have to mentor the young generation, because I was young myself, okay? And I wasn't a perfect child myself, but hey,
Bless
I'm
you.
refined
Thank
now.
you, Councilman.
I'm refined.
Okay, and then in my turn, I'll ask for, and I'll be brief, policy change. I'd like to bring up at the next council meeting or a future council meeting, next one or one after that, a policy change whereby the city reviews the contract with Enterprise to lease all its vehicles going forward. I would like to review that and potentially terminate that contract in accordance with the termination clause. Number two, I would like to adopt a resolution to sell the land at McCall and Nelson for the city attorney's advice earlier. Number 3, I would like to review the terms of the planning commissioners. I would like to look at each planning commissioner, and I know we've had some change on the commission, and I'd like to review that. Who's up, who's eligible, and who may be taking time. I just want to review that. Council has city attorney, does council have jurisdiction over the planning commission in terms of the members it appoints? Very good. Item 4, carports. I would like to put the carport policy of our code, of our Selma Municipal Code. I would like to review that. And until we review that, I would like to freeze all code enforcement action on current carports in the city. It's probably, that bridge is, that's probably already happened, but until we get a chance to look at that in a couple weeks, I've had a number of contacts from citizens on carports, including Mr. Morales tonight. I would like to definitely review that policy, and hopefully we can get some good public input on that. That's it. Mayor Pro Tem?
Okay, I'd like to get, I'm not sure if you're giving us an update in regards to Schaefer Park lights, and if we have a price on what it's gonna, we don't? Okay, well, can I put this on the agenda for next council meeting?
You could put it on the agenda, but the pricing is dependent on me getting my contractors out there to look at the job. So far, I've had one company that's looked at it. I have another company that's supposed to come this week at some point. Everyone's busy, so getting people here to actually look at the job is taking time. So I will update you more during my department update.
Okay. I mean, not that I'm putting pressure on you, but I'm getting pressure myself. So I'm just hoping that the citizens that were calling me, they hear this tonight, okay? The other thing is I'd like an update in regards to the stoplight on McCall and Dinuba, because that's another issue, I get tons of calls. When is that going to get installed? And then you mentioned that you're updating, or you're on phase 4 for the street signs. What is phase 4? What area is phase 4?
Phase 4 is from Thompson, Floral, going north through the high school area, that neighborhood. I can't give you exact streets, but that is basically from Thompson and Floral moving north towards Dinuba. And there were 113 street name signs in that district.
Okay, so is this your last phase?
No.
No?
No, there's six different districts that we're gonna have to do
Okay.
this.
Those are mine.
Councilmember
Thank you.
Trujillo?
No.
Okay, we'll move on to departmental reports. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor, members of the council. Just a couple of quick updates. Councilmember Avalos was there last week at the SKF Policy Advisory Committee meeting, along with myself and most of my staff, engineering, public works, and deputy city manager, where not only did the PAC recommend approval of the SKF master plan update to the full board, but I was also reelected as the chair of the Policy Advisory Committee for SKF, so I'm happy to continue that role. Additionally, would like to report on some items for community services. On Saturday, February 22nd, we will be launching the Sparks Club, which is a fun place for kids to come hang out and enjoy some fun games and activities. That'll be from 9 to 10:30 a.m. at Salazar Park. And that's kind of our pilot, which we hope to kind of launch in full mode over the coming months. We also have the Spring Extravaganza on Saturday, April 19th, where we'll have an egg hunt, bunny pictures, and more at Pioneer Village. If you want to save the date for Earth Day, we have Earth Day on April 22nd, also coordinated by the Sparks Department. We have the summer series that's a little bit further out, but I was given this flyer to share. summer series beginning in June. And I think that's it. That's upcoming. So we will continue to work with the council on some of the requested items as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Attorney?
Nothing to report, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Deputy City Manager Keen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. City Manager stole my update. The SKF Master Plan update, last week before the Policy Advisory Council staff was present. We thank SKF for the you know, reaching out to the city and letting us participate in the process, provide feedback, being receptive to our feedback, and working through the questions and comments that we provided. The matrix of comments, the only agencies to comment on the master plan were the district and Selma. We had as many or more technical comments than the actual district did, because the master plan kind of lays out how development can occur throughout the city. So it was extremely important for staff to get our input in. SKF listened to us and understood kind of where our concerns lie. But we felt that, again, they were receptive to our comments, incorporated our comments, and put together a master plan that helps guide where development occurs in a really, cost-effective manner, and helps provide guidance not only to staff but future development proposals as well, as to what they could anticipate for costs. So we just wanted to extend again a thank you to SKF for involving city staff in that process.
Thank you. Administrative Services Director?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. And I'm assuming as acting city clerk, nothing to report?
Nothing to report.
Thank you. Fire Chief Webster?
Just a couple of things. Some exciting news. Our newest battalion chief joined us last week, Ashley Greco. I'll be bringing her to introduce her to you at a later meeting. She's currently just started her second week of admin time, and then she'll be going on shift next week. And then the second thing I have to share is February is a tough month for the local fire departments here. I wanted to thank you, Mayor, for recognizing Chris Nelson this evening. Also today, February 18th, marks the 5-year anniversary for the death of Captain Figueroa and firefighter Jones of the library incident in Porterville. As well as Kings County Fire laid to rest Fire Captain Mark Eads today as well, who succumbed to a medical emergency at an incident earlier this month. So that's all I have to share.
Thanks, Chief. Police Chief Alcarez?
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, unfortunately, I don't have my January report for statistics. Our crime analyst is training this week, so I don't have the expertise to be able to put something like that together. So I apologize.
Can I ask you a question? Seems like we have, we're getting a rash of fentanyl issues here, whether it's Molly or whether it's the fentanyl itself being, disguised as other drugs. What is our Selma PD doing to cut off the supply of that, or to, lessen the severity and the frequency of this poison that's invading our city? And has killed, what is it, 2 people now? At least.
I would caution you on talking about individual victims' reasons of passing, and those are complex investigations. So I don't know that we are ready to divulge, cause of death, things of that nature. Those are all things we look into. However, what I will say, we work extremely closely with the fentanyl, the FORT team that is kind of coordinated in Fresno County, with oversight by the Fresno County District Attorney. So anytime we have any cases where we feel someone's overdosed on fentanyl, we work closely, try to backtrack where that fentanyl came from, and then develop cases. But those cases are extremely difficult to develop and prosecute. However, we work, again, with a task force to be able to address those issues.
Thank you, Chief. And then I had an issue from a homeowner on B Street saying their alleys vehicles have been going in their alleys and damaging fences. If the PD could just step up their patrols and just take an extra close look at the B Street alleys, that would be very much appreciated.
Absolutely. If you could recommend him reaching out to us so that we can make contact, find out exactly when it's happening.
Great, thank you. Public Works Director Hunt.
Well, I'll start with the Schaefer Park lights. So as I said previously, we've had one contractor that has come to look at the lighting situation to start getting a price together. We have another guy that's supposed to be out this week. We're waiting for a date for him to give us that he can actually walk the site. City staff's also looking into what we can do within our department to actually try to remedy the current situation, which, as stated in previous council meetings, of the testing that we did, the one pole that fell, there's 4 more that absolutely need to come down immediately, which is therefore why we have the fencing, closing the fields off. We're talking to crane companies right now, and we're trying to see if city staff can actually get a crane in there. And I have to be careful with that because my guys aren't really trained in rigging and whatnot, but we're trying to see what other options we have to expedite getting those 4 poles removed. I did have a meeting with Liz Martinez that runs Parks and Rec, and this was about 3 weeks ago to discuss. I wanted to know what the schedule was for Schaefer Park because I know about softball events and all that. She told me that the beginning of April is when all of her programs really started. So that kind of gave me a drop dead date. Like, we got to have something done by this point. That's what we're shooting for. The cost for us to replace those lights, and I will work with the city engineer closely and the contractors that we're working with, it's going to be pricey. So we're looking at the reports that we got and what's recommended by structural engineers and a cost effectiveness of what recommendations from them are, and then what would it cost to actually replace all of the assets. So we're looking at every avenue right now. Our goal is to have those 4 other remaining poles that have to come down, I'm hoping by the end of this month. But that's kind of pending right now, but we are working on that. The next thing I have is the Hollywood lights. So we've been working on downtown. I have a 3-man crew that's continuously working on that every day. To date, we've only had 2 lights that have had to come down. We had a 3rd one that came down, but we did have spare parts at the yard that we were able to reassemble that one and get it working. That was on the corner of First and East Front Street. And we will continue working through those lights. Like I mentioned previously and in my staff report, there's 82 of those Hollywood lights around town. So far they've hit East Front, First Street. They've come around onto McCall, down to Second Street and up High Street. So they have a long ways to go, but we are still working on that. Another thing that I've got is the mulch that we've been waiting for through our grant for Schaefer Park Playground. We actually received it today, finally. We've been waiting for 3 months for that material. It's actually a rubber tire mulch. It's fall protection for the playground equipment. So now that we've received that, I'm hoping by the end of this week that that'll be installed. And part of that same grant program was the shade structure for Ringo Park, which we're still working with the contractor to try to find a price that meets what the grant was intended to pay for. And we're close to that right now. There's about a $9,000 deficit, but we're working through that with the contractor. So I'm hoping that that shade structure will be done. Hopefully by April, we'll have that thing up. We also received news last week that the equipment that was part of a grant that Director Smart was working on for Salazar Playground, that equipment is actually delivered to the contractor. And so we're waiting for them to give us a install date. They're super busy right now. And as soon as we get the install date, then we will advertise that. We'll bring that to council, and then that will be started as well.
So just to clarify that, so that entails a complete replacement of the playground at Salazar Park. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Yeah.
That's correct. Yeah. So that again, hopefully that'll be happening by the end of April. I'd like to have that thing done. The last thing that I have, this was kind of last minute, council members, so I apologize. I'll get through this as best I can. We received a notice from Cal Water Cal Water has gone before the PUC to request refunding or cost recovery for their drought cost incurred between, give me just a second, June 14th of 2021 to December 31st of 2022. The total amount of that cost recovery throughout all of their districts in California was $1,393,447. Basically, there will be a assessment passed down to each district that it began January 1st of this year and will cease December 31st of this year. Selma is on the hook for a total of that cost recovery of $6,248, in which that will be split up on all of the current billed water customers at the rate of 0.0037 cents added to the current metering charge. So whatever they're being charged for cubic foot or however the meters are working, they will be adding a surcharge of 0.0037 through the end of the year to make up for that cost recovery of $6,248. So, and that is by the direction of the PUC. That's not just something that Cal Water said, hey, we want this.
Question for you, downtown lights and trees, how's it going? How's it coming?
We're working hard on it, sir. I can tell you that the cafe lights are in design right now. And we've had a couple of comments come back from fire that we're working through, but we're still shooting for 120 days.
Great.
You know.
Right. Council reports. Councilmember Avalos?
Oh, yeah, like the manager said, I attended the SCAB, they had a meeting, and I just had to catch up to speed. When you get back in the game, you have to catch up to speed, so I had to attend that meeting and that way educate myself. And actually, Thursday, I'm going to have another SKS meeting, believe it or not, but it's all good, guys, it's all good. And right now, getting back on the council is moving forward in the right direction, and I want to get the lights up in the Shaver Park. I'm running because I want the kids to have a place to play ball and stuff like that, because when you don't have that structure in play, kids, they get in trouble. They always get in trouble, and we don't want that. Right now, we have a drug problem on the street, so I want to make sure that we nip it in the bud, be proactive. If we have to bring the magic team in, let's bring it. I'm okay with it. And as far as graffiti, hey, we get the beautification team together, ask the property owner, hey, can we paint your fence? I bet they're willing to say yes. Maybe one out of 1,000 will say no. But overall, guys, the city is moving forward. I like to see more excitement in our community, but it takes time right now. Thank you.
Councilmember Oscara?
Yeah, I just want to let you know that we're having a city-sponsored community event, March 12th, sponsored by the City of Selma and Sparks, which is Community Services. There'll be a band, like a party band. They play 80s, oldies, stuff like that. If you get a chance, come check it out from 5:30 to 8:30. There'll be food vendors, information booths, different things too. There'll be a face painter, a clown that does face painting. Bring your kids. So March 12th, if you can join us, please do so.
Thank you. Councilmember Trujillo?
Nothing to report.
Mayor Pro Tem Guerra?
Yes, I attended the Alice by Heart play, which is a really nice play. So I'm not sure if anybody had a chance to go see that. It was really nice. And I also did attend the soft opening for the Curry Cantina. And I have to say, he did an amazing job. They did, that place looks so different than what it used to look like, and it's beautiful. And I want to tell Mr. Singh, I want to praise him for what he did and what he's bringing to this community, because it's going to be a different dynamic. And I think that the citizens are going to be very, very pleased with his restaurant. So I want to thank Mr. Singh again for the invitation. Thank you.
Thank you. I attended the Central Valley Training Program, the 15th graduating class, and I mention this because they've made strides. They are paying the kids, the young, actually some of them are older men and women who are in the program, $500 stipend. Before it was all on them. They didn't get any support, so they're getting support now. I think that's a real move forward. I also wanted to say I attended the Gurdwara Sahib food giveaway, and I want to thank Mandeep Singh and Bhupinder Singh and the Sikh community for their generosity to our community. I think our community is moving forward in the right direction. I attended a Selma Cemetery District meeting. I am really looking forward to that March 12th event. Our city is really trying to make it a better place to live and work for our community. I thank everybody who does that, city staff, citizens as well. And now we get to go to our final word, which is our oral communications for the first time we're bringing back. So anybody have anything to say before we adjourn tonight?
Rose Robertson. Speaking of all the safety in our city, what cameras work in our city? Do our cameras still work, like Ringo Park right here off of Mill Street, 2nd Street? What cameras work here in our city? Number one. Number two, will we be bringing a DUI checkpoint? I mean, we kind of mentioned that, what, 3-4 years ago? And still, have we ever had one? That would be maybe something to look at. As you all know, the statistics is Smith Camp, I believe, or the statistics basically shows that there's a lot of DUI, people driving under the influence and causing a lot of grief to families. So maybe the Selma could step it up, and maybe as Councilmember Avila stated, maybe it's time to start getting some of these agencies back in, maybe reach out to, through our chief or however the process is to start getting some of these other agencies in. I see them in other cities. So I think it's just time to start putting some more safety and making our citizens feel a whole lot, safer. Thank you.
Anybody else? Anybody on the phone or online? Bless you. No? Do you want to get up?
First of all, I want to say thank you for adding the second, what is it? What you call it? I'm sorry, Mayor.
Oral communications.
It's late. And I just want to mention, because I forgot, and that's why I'm glad that you guys added this, about the lights downtown. Is what is it, Front Street and where, I don't know what the name of that street is on where Page is at. Are those lights, because right now they're like, I don't know, they're yellow. Are they eventually going to be add-on as LED lights too? You guys know?
So I think I can address that. I think that the circuit that you're referring to is actually an arc circuit. And the arc circuits, we do not touch those lights. Those lights cannot be upgraded to LED. Those are the circuits that we're trying to get rid of through our pilot program. And so those lights cannot be, the only thing we can do is change the sulfur bulbs that are in them for like sulfur bulbs.
Yeah, because they're kind of dim too, but yeah. And then I'm going to piggyback off of what Rose mentioned about the police, what is it? Oh my gosh, it's so late at night. I can't. Checkpoints. I know that Parlier collaborated with Selma, so I don't know if that can be done the other way around, because it was mentioned at one of the meetings, at Parlier council meeting, yeah.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, and I think if not the next council meeting, the end of March, we'll be bringing our annual update. And I think the numbers are extremely impressive, more than impressive. So we're very excited to bring that information to you.
Great. Real quick, before I forget, JD Reynolds and the Nebraska apartments, I forgot to bring it up. I got a letter from a tenant. How's that coming? Are you making progress with that property manager regarding the parking situation out there?
We have begun to cite the property owner.
Okay. Anybody else? Anybody, is Ramza, did you get her online?
Hello?
Yep, you're on.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I think I forgot to lower my hand from earlier. I don't have any comments. Thank you so much.
Thank you for attending and sticking with us tonight. With that, we will adjourn the meeting. Thanks, everyone.